We stand and fight together. There is power when we organize. Power when we stand and fight together. There is power when we organize.
You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to thericksmithshow.com. If you've missed any portion of the program, you can download the podcast at thericksmithshow.com.
You're listening to WIN, Workers Independent News, a production of Diversified Media Enterprises. I'm Doug Cunningham. Short-haul drivers are on strike against 4 companies at the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego. They're demanding they be reclassified as company employees. Monica Lopez was at the Port of Long Beach and files this report.
Port truckers in Southern California entered their 3rd day of picketing on Wednesday. They're striking to be recognized as employees by the companies they drive for. Right now, drivers like Humberto Canales are classified as independent contractors. That means Canales rents the truck he drives from Pacer Cartage and pays for it through deductions from his paycheck. Canales says that he made $1,300 for the company, for the truck and everything, maintenance for the truck, gas, and his check still came out to $0. Canales' paycheck stub from early March shows that he worked a 48-hour work week. It also shows a total of $710.96 in company deductions for truck fuel, license fee, liability, and rental of the truck itself. Requests for an interview with Pacer's parent company, XPO Logistics, were declined. Instead, a written statement provided by a Pacer spokesman says their company believes the vast majority of drivers value the significant benefits of operating independently. On Tuesday night, disruption from picketing at Evergreen Terminal in the Port of Los Angeles prompted Evergreen to turn away trucks hauling for the targeted companies. Monica Lopez, Workers Independent News, Long Beach.
More than 5,000 RNs will strike 8 California hospitals tomorrow and May 1st. The nurses strike is focused on calling for safe staffing levels as well as implementing steps to retain experienced RNs. The nurses say management demands for cuts in health coverage for RNs and their families is also a major concern of the striking nurses. The strike starts Thursday at Kaiser Permanente's Los Angeles Medical Center. 2,200 University of Connecticut graduate assistants overwhelmingly ratified their first union contract as United Auto Workers members. GEU UAW says the contract improved health benefits with no premium increase, provides relief from hundreds of dollars per year in mandatory student fees, hikes wages by 9.3% over 3 years, and provides 6 weeks of paid maternity leave. The new UAW contract with UConn also provides child care subsidies and includes gender identity or expression as a protected non-discrimination category. The contract also provides an expedited grievance procedure in cases where loss of a job may jeopardize the visa status of graduate assistants.
Workers Independent News is brought to you with support from Union-owned Bank of Labor, a division of Brotherhood Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender, doing whatever it takes to meet your business lending needs for new construction, remodeling, or building training facilities. Online at bankoflabor.com.
You've been listening to WIN, Workers Independent News. For more information, visit laborradio.org.
It's time for the Rick Smith Show.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
I don't want to abolish government. I simply want to reduce it to the size where I could drag it into the bathroom and drown in the bathtub.
You bet I cut the taxes at the top.
How dare you? How dare you? Go ahead. Make my day.
The Rick Smith Show starts now.
This town gonna be here long after I'm gone. East side, west side, people don't surrender. They've been down, but they still rock on. Oh, and this time is my time. All right, love or hate, it don't matter. So I'm gonna stand and fight. This time is my time. She got her ups and downs, but love or hate, it don't matter. 'Cause this is my time.
And welcome, brothers, sisters, working class heroes. This is The Rick Smith Show. Thanks for being here. Well, I mean, the big news, I know there's a lot to get to, a lot to talk about. The big news is Bernie. Bernie is in, and not just in, he's in it to win it. And thank goodness somebody going to jump in and give Hillary a run for her money. And I know I got a couple of emails today. You go, you're just against the woman. No. I was, back in the old days of the 80s, would have loved to have seen Walter Mondale take out Ronald Reagan and thus have the first female vice president. Just that didn't happen. But I would have loved to have seen it. It has nothing to do with that. Everything to do with policy. Anybody who knows me knows it's about the policy. It's about the ideology, what they believe. And Bernie has been one of those guys as long as I've known. He's been right on the issues. Whether it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, or 30, it's the same guy. The same guy has been right on the issues from the beginning. And the good thing is he is now in, which tells me either one, he's raised enough money that he thinks he can make a reasonable run at it. Two, he's getting the kind of outpour of support from folks like me and others that have said, you know what, we'll do some work for Bernie because somebody we can believe in. Not one of those time periods where it's, well, I got to go vote for this one because at least it's not the other guy. This is actually somebody that I would look forward to, like I did with Obama in the first term. When Obama ran the first time around, he had the right message. And sadly, it was just a message. Bernie's the real deal. Bernie is the guy who lives it, who breathes it, who is it. The other thing is maybe the third part of it could be just a frustration of what's going on with the Trans-Pacific Partnership Free Trade Agreement. Part of me thinks that's the jump in is over these insane trade agreements, over all of the corporate takeover. And as he said, he's in it because one, of the TPP, and two, you got to do something with these business tax rules. Got to do something. And as Bernie said, their responsibilities are not to shift jobs to China. He said their responsibility is not to avoid paying federal taxes. We need to do something with our trade policies and our tax policies. I've said on the show probably a million times by now, I am for going back to the tax code of a good, decent, honest, socialist Republican by the name of Dwight David Eisenhower. His tax code I thought was right. There were a bunch of categories where the more money you made, incrementally, the more you paid in taxes. So we all did better together. See, that's the key. Together, all of us. I think it's a good thing. He says, after a year of traveling around and doing the discussing and the dialoguing and the handshake and the baby kissing and taking pictures like he did with my kid, he's decided to be a candidate for the Democratic nomination of president. And I think this is a good thing. I think it's great. Now, what I find interesting is the Democratic National Committee. They had I thought an interesting response. You don't want to tick off Hillary because, she's the front runner. But the DNC chairwoman, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who, if you remember when she was asked, if Walker wins in Wisconsin during the recall, what it'll mean for the national picture. And she actually said nothing. So I got to be honest, not much of what she has to say has any interest to me, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to repeat what she said anyway. She said, Sanders is well recognized for his principled leadership and has consistently stood up for the middle-class families. Throughout his service in the U.S. Senate, House and Senate, Bernie Sanders has clearly demonstrated his commitment to values we all share as members of the Democrat Party. There you go. So that was Debbie Wasserman Schultz's. I don't do a very good Debbie, do I? No. But it's kind of boring, kind of bland, kind of, really? Are you kidding me? That's the best you can come up with? You're the messaging machine of the one of the two big parties in the country. That's the best you could do? Evidently, that's the best she could do. Now, understand, CNN poll back in March only put Bernie getting about 3% of the Democratic vote. And I got to argue that has everything to do with nobody knowing who Bernie is yet. I have tons of friends in Vermont. Got to be honest, this is one of those things, just amazing stuff. It's hero worship. They worship the ground this man walks on. because of what he did in Burlington as the mayor of Burlington, what he did as a congressman. And it's not just the vote you cast, it's the person and the life you lead. And to me, he is one of those people that we should be attempting to emulate, and one of those folks that our representatives and our senators should attempt to be like, someone of the people, for the people. Not the corporate special interest, not Wall Street, not the globalists, not the corporatists, but you and me. And I think the more that message gets out, and the more we get people, because I think this is going to be something that could really excite voters, giving people an actual chance. And as he said in the interview that he did with the Associated Press, he said, people shouldn't misunderestimate me. No, he said people shouldn't underestimate me. I've run outside the two-party system, defeating Democrats and Republicans, taking on big money candidates. And I think the message that resonated in Vermont is the message that can resonate all over this country. And I agree. And that is a very solid working class message. If you work hard and play by the rules, you should get ahead. You should have opportunity. Now, a lot of the things that I think he was right on, our foreign policy for one, he's somebody who, look, kid growing up in Brooklyn, I have no doubt he's ready to punch somebody in the mouth if they need it. Honestly, I don't think he has that, but he's not going to punch somebody in the mouth for no reason. Now, on the foreign policy angle, he opposed the Iraq War. For me, good for you. Well, that's one reason I'm going to look at you. He didn't want to get into the whole Afghanistan thing, warned against us getting bogged down, kind of like Vietnam. In fact, he compared it to the quagmire we were in Vietnam. Now, on the other side of it, he's been saying, look, the Islamic State stuff, that's Saudi Arabia's problem. Let them deal with it. They've got the money. They've got the military. Oh, by the way, they're right there. It seems kind of logical to me. And this is where my foreign policy part of this is. You know what? It seems kind of logical that you got bad actors in your neighborhood. You go take care of them. Pretty simple. On the other part of it, you've got this problem with the money. Saudi Arabia is loaded. Probably they should pay for it. Just a thought. Now, on the other side, like I said, he's not afraid to punch somebody in the mouth if they need it. He did support the president in sanctions on Russia over Ukraine. And he's backed the nuclear deal with Iran. But again, I don't think he would have a problem if what comes to being, if we have to, kid from Brooklyn, I don't know. I'm thinking he's willing to give you a good socking. On the environment, he's always been right in my view on the environment. In fact, Burlington, if you remember, was I think the first city to get all of their electricity from solar power. Just amazing. And that was under his leadership. But he supports something rational. He supports us doing something on climate change, not just bringing a snowball into the Senate, which I think is a good thing. Talks about, maybe we need to figure out how to get the greenhouse gas emissions down, maybe by some stringent things on automobiles and, some smokestack stuff and, invest in studying carbon sequestration, maybe storing some of it. I don't know, just a thought, so that we don't have this continued global warming. Just a thought. On the gay marriage thing, he goes, you mind your own business. As he said, quote, it's time for the Supreme Court to catch up with the American people and legalize it. Seems rational. Keep out of his business. On healthcare, this is where Bernie got me from the beginning. Healthcare is a Medicare for all system. We wouldn't have the nonsense we have now. And also on the economy, look, this is going to be a guy who's going to be on our side, going to be in the corner of the working people, but still not stuffing it, not destroying business. He said that a $15 an hour minimum wage was reasonable. I agree. He wants to break up the largest banks. Thinks that's not a bad idea, because you think of the power that the six big boys in the country wield. You think of how much control they have. Way too much power for six CEOs. Also wants to bar chief executives from serving on the Federal Reserve. I think not a bad idea. Maybe close that swinging door. And the big one to me, as we're talking about the TPP and where I started with this, it's the trade agreements. I think this is a guy who would most certainly go to bat for American workers and I would argue American companies. When you look at the Japanese and the Chinese who are manipulating their currency, who are just killing us. I think this is a guy, a scrapper, a fighter, and someone who you can't underestimate, because he's right. He has beat both Democrats and Republicans because he doesn't fit into either mold. And I think that's where the mass of the American people are. We've seen, both parties become the corporate party. And this is a guy who's talked about the billionaire class. He's talked about mass inequality and actually has an idea of what we need to do to push back against it. And not just saving the working class of this country, but also in the long run, saving the wealth class of this country. Because you look at every major collapse, it's because capitalism got too greedy. It's because those at the top played too many games. And the question is, are we heading for that again? Because we still have too big to fail banks. We still have too much control in the hands of too few. So I'm excited. I hope you're excited. I'd love to hear your thoughts, your questions, your comments, whatever it is on the Bernie. I would love to hear it. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com, or you can give us a call here at the studio, 1-888-520-RICK, 1-888-520-7425. When we come back, Pennsylvania State Representative Mike Vereb had some really interesting and I would argue incendiary comment comparing the audacity of comparing union folks who are out fighting for wages and better conditions to rioters. I think I got a problem with that. Let's take a quick break. Right back after this. Stick around. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
Not right wing, just right. The Rick Smith Show.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1894. A group of 400 to 500 unemployed men marched down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the U.S. Capitol. In a buggy at the front of the march rode Jacob Coxey. The march had been Coxey's idea. He was the owner of a sand quarry in Massillon, Ohio. Although he himself was a wealthy man, he had become incensed at the government's failure to address the nation's growing unemployment crisis. The Panic of 1893 had sent unemployment skyrocketing to 18%. Coxey called for a national march of unemployed workers to demand for a public works project. He declared it the Army of the Commonwealth of Christ. Across the nation, men took up the call. It's estimated that 20,000 workers set out for Washington, D.C., but not everyone made it that far. Workers from Portland, Oregon were arrested and sent home when they commandeered a train for the journey. It took the marchers from Ohio 5 weeks to arrive. But just as they approached the Capitol, a line of more than 1,000 police officers and military soldiers stood between them and their destination. As the soldiers drew closer, Coxey leapt from his buggy and jumped over a fence onto the Capitol grounds to begin his speech. But before he finished, he was arrested for walking on the grass. He served 20 days in jail. With his arrest, the movement disbanded. Although the government refused to listen to Coxey's message, it was covered widely by the press. The march brought attention to the plight of the unemployed. 50 years to the day when he was arrested, a 90-year-old Coxey returned to the Capitol. He had finally the opportunity to deliver the full speech he had prepared in his fight for working people. Labor History in 2 brought to you by the Illinois Labor History Society and The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to laborhistoryin2.com, like us on Facebook, and follow us on the Twitters at Labor History in 2.
This is the Media Matters Minute. I'm John Kerr. Riots broke out in Baltimore in the wake of the mysterious death of Freddie Gray, who died a week after suffering an unexplained injury while in police custody. You'll never guess who Fox personalities blame. Here's Fox Business host Lou Dobbs.
I think it is sort of a signal that there is a war on law enforcement in this country. And it was, frankly, in my judgment, corroborated, if not condoned, by this administration.
Later in the program, Fox contributor Keith Abloh added that people who want to tear down the system, like the people in Baltimore, quote, might be taking their cues from this president. Unsurprisingly, this isn't even the first time Fox figures have blamed the Obama administration for police violence. During the unrest in Ferguson, Missouri, the network accused President Obama and Attorney General Eric Holder of supposedly fostering a culture that led to the shooting of 2 police officers. But President Obama sharply condemned both Ferguson and the Baltimore riots. For more on this and other stories, please visit MediaMatters.org.
Chances are, when you took a shower this morning, an AFSCME member made sure that water was clean. When you drove to work, an AFSCME member maintained the road. When you rode an elevator, an AFSCME member inspected it. I'm David Philman, Executive Director of AFSCME Council 13, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. AFSCME members enforce regulations, keep prisoners behind bars, take care of patients, protect the environment, and more. The work isn't glamorous, the salaries aren't high, but AFSCME members serve the public in every aspect of our daily lives. Chances are, you'll never see that AFSCME member working in a sewage plant, diving underwater to repair a bridge, or answering a 911 call. But aren't you glad they do? For more information, visit AFSCME13.org. We are AFSCME.
We make Pennsylvania happen! And finally, we don't have unions in South Carolina. I wear heels, and it's not for a fashion statement. It's because we kick, and we kick those unions hard, and they will not step foot in the state of South Carolina.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Check out the website, thericksmithshow.com. So in the Pennsylvania legislature, in the General Assembly over there, there's a piece of legislation, the anti-stalking bill, or so they're trying to amend the stalking law to include union organizing. You know, going talking to your coworkers, knocking on their door and going, hey, I think it's a good idea that we fight for better wages, hours, and conditions. The Republicans want to make that stalking. They want to lock people up with that. And, you know, what I find interesting is I don't hear anybody out there going, you know, when an elected official says, you know, is in public saying we should do violence against unions, like Nikki Haley there saying, we kick them and we kick them hard with my pointy Dorothy looking shoes. Nothing there. I don't see any of that legislation. Anyway, it was sent to me, and I don't listen to this guy in Philadelphia. His name's Dom Girano. Whatever. I'm terrible with names. He had the state representative Mike Vereb on the program, and the question that he asked him, and you know, to be fair, I'll play the question because I think it's important. It's a little long, about 30 seconds, but listen to this. Or don't. Again, I don't know why the computer isn't running that clip. Anyway, what he says is he goes on this statement saying, you know, there's this bill, and, you know, we've given these, you know, back when in the old days when it was hard to organize, you know, we gave these unions, well, we gave them, you know, special protections because they needed them. You know, back in the old days when labor was under attack, you know, back in the 20s and 30s, not today, not right now, but he's been, you know, way back there. And he asked the question of, you know, what should we be doing? And Mike Vereb says, unfortunately, the eye of labor is a bad eye. It's a bad eye with the DNC coming in and the papal visit. And if you talk to the average building trades leader here in southeastern Pennsylvania, they don't want to take those tactics. You know, they inflate their rats and they do whatever they do. But destructing property in Baltimore-style tactics is just not something any of us want. And I'm going, what? Did I miss something? You're saying that, you know, people out in the streets fighting for better wages and hours and conditions, that's somehow Baltimore-style tactics? Kind of makes me wonder. Which is why I've asked our good friend Abe Ambrose. He's legislative director here in Pennsylvania for the good folks over at LiUNA. Abe, thanks for taking time for us.
You're welcome, Rick. Thanks for having me.
So when you hear Vereb say something like this,
you know, unfortunately, that eye of labor is a bad eye. It's a bad eye with the DNC coming in. It's a bad eye with the papal visit coming in. And if you talk to the average building trade leader here in southeastern Pennsylvania, they don't want to take those tactics. You know, they inflate their rats or they do whatever they do. But I mean, destructing property in Baltimore-style tactics is just not something that any of us want.
So Baltimore-style tactics, huh? That's what organizing's become?
Yeah, and you know, it doesn't surprise me. Mike Vereb is now in Republican leadership. And, you know, at one point, Rick, you're going to find this very amusing because I do, Mike Verb was a solid labor vote on the Republican side and one of the people who stood up against cutting prevailing wage out of the picture. And now that he's in leadership, he has to walk in lockstep with the Republican leadership in the House, which is really pathetic. But what he's saying is so wrong on so many levels. I don't even know where to begin. Of course, there's the racist component when he talks about Baltimore-style tactics. And again, I mean, what befuddles me more than anything else is that at one point, this guy was looked upon as a reasonable voice as it related to labor on the Republican side. But then, when you become part of leadership, you've got to drink the entire bottle of Kool-Aid rather than just half of it. And that's what he's doing in this clip. And it's really pathetic. It's really miserable. And it's akin to what Representative Stephen Bloom from Cumberland County said earlier this week, blaming the president for Baltimore. I mean, it's just unbelievable, Rick. And these guys, they get fat, they get lazy, and their bellies don't ache, and they can, say whatever the hell they want in any forum. And it's really frustrating because people buy into this stuff, Rick. I mean, it's really sad that unfortunately, some of our own guys, some of our members are buying into this nonsense too. Yeah, and that has to be addressed, obviously.
I'm with you.
Boy, I'll tell you, man, it's been a banner week.
Yeah, I absolutely know. And, but I look at this and what they're really doing is, and I think this is by design. What they're really trying to do is they're trying to silence dissent. They're trying to silence anyone who would have an alternative thought. So if you're out there protesting, and Tea Party people, this is you too. If you're out there, voicing your concerns, they want to shut that down.
That's right, brother. And this is so wrong at so many levels. Like I said earlier, what this bill, this unbelievably horrible bill does is it equates organizing with criminal activities. And, you and I were talking at the beginning of the segment, before the segment rather, and you were absolutely right. Look, we already have laws in place. If somebody does something wrong, punish them, prosecute them. That's what we have the laws in place for. But to blanketly say that organizing is going to become a punishable offense because it's going to be loosely interpreted by the other side, I think is completely irresponsible. I think every elected official who votes for this bill should be picketed. I really think that they should feel the full weight and full heat of the labor movement and regular working people, for that matter. I mean, this is clearly a First Amendment issue. But of course, these so-called patriots, they don't understand the First Amendment. The First Amendment to them is agreeing with them 100% of the time. And if you don't, then they come after you with BS legislation like this. I mean, this is something that we should all be really upset about. And I know I am. I'm hopping mad about it, Rick, because they get away with this stuff all the time. And now they're talking about amending it in the Senate so it's not so bad. Come on. Just get rid of it, scrap it, and put some heat on the right people and pull up your pants and do the right thing, because this is really getting ridiculous and out of hand.
No, I'm right there with you. But, they set this up in the terms of, there's this big loophole that labor gets. They get to speak and they get to be in the streets and protest. Oh, it's a big loophole. And they get to carry around WMDs. They get to strap dirty bombs on their back, Abe. Come on, we've got to stop this.
It's absolutely horrible how they paint this. And they get away with it, Rick. And, of course, our side should be castigated for not being more vocal, for not being stronger, for letting it happen. And I'm really tired of being attacked. I really am. And it's time to push back, and it's time to push back harder. You know what they say, Rick? The best way to deal with the neighborhood bullies by standing up to them.
Yep.
Where are we? Let's go. Let's start standing up to these people, calling them out for what they are. Deceptive liars who kowtow to the most basic fundamental Republican talking points. And, shame on us for letting it happen. Shame on us for just stepping aside and letting the bullies take over. I, for one, am sick of it. I, for one, am going to be more vocal. I, for one, am going to be even stronger in my opposition to this, and my rhetoric is going to really lift up too, because I've had it, man. I really have. And I hope that there are a lot of other guys out there and gals who are listening to this broadcast and say, hey, I agree with them. We gotta put a stop to this, because this is really getting out of control. And this is just the beginning, Rick, because those numbers in Harrisburg are abominable. The House the majority is crazy. The Senate, we're outnumbered. We're going to be outnumbered by 10 votes. Right now it's 9, but it's going to be 10 because we do anticipate picking up another Democrat in that special election seat in Philadelphia. But brother, something's got to be done. It's got to stand now. It's got to start now, because if we don't, we're going to be in big trouble.
But I look at this, and at the end of the day, it's got to take us in the street. It's got to take us, just getting out. And what they're trying to do, and what's interesting to me, Abe, you go back to what built the middle class of this country, what built the labor movement. All of that stuff that we did in the 30s and 40s, all those things that my grandparents did, all of that stuff's now illegal. And it looks to me like they're trying to do the same thing. All of the organizing tactics, all the people talking to their neighbors, you've got the Republican majorities trying to make that activity illegal, as they've gotten away with doing with what workers were able to accomplish in the past.
You're absolutely right. We're going back decades by letting this stuff happen. And we are not being true to ourselves by sitting back and allowing it to happen, and really being part of the problem in erasing decades worth of progress made by workers. I mean, don't forget that every single worker in America has benefited from the labor movement in terms of hours, in terms of pay, in terms of safety, in terms of training, in terms of livable work conditions. And so when labor takes a hit and has a black eye like this, every worker in America should be revolting, because what they're doing is revolting right now. The message has to be loud and clear. We're not going to stand for it. This is just the beginning of what could be very calamitous for the labor movement and workers as a whole. I mean, when we step back and allow these guys who are bought and paid for by corporations who, fatten their PACs or political action committees, I mean, there's a problem, man. We gotta step up, and we got to do it now, or else we're going to be really far in the hole come 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know you've spent a lot of time in Baltimore. A huge Orioles fan, I know. I got to be honest. I got to give the COO or the CEO of the Orioles, John Angelos, an awful lot of credit for what's going on in Baltimore, where he came out and he said, it's not about one night's violence. It's not about, broken windows or any of that stuff. It's about the deindustrialization, the American political elite who've gutted our inner cities, and the lack of opportunities and the lack of jobs and education. I thought out of all of the people at the time who had anything to say, I thought he had hit it spot on, and I thought he was the best of it. And this is a guy who owns a baseball team.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Rick. And he said all of the things that you just mentioned. And the one that really got to me was the cycle of poverty that needs to be addressed also. And so when people attack unions and they blame unions or working people for what happened in Baltimore, I get even angrier, because we're the ones that are advocating for decent jobs with decent pay. And you're talking about a group of individuals in Baltimore who have been disheartened and have been disengaged for quite some time because they don't have those economic opportunities that a lot of us take for granted. And so poverty has a lot to do with this anger and this violence and this sense of revenge. And of course, the police department has its own issues in Baltimore, and I wish them the best with that, and law and order needs to prevail. But you're right. John Angelos, the senior vice president for the Orioles, hit the nail right on the head, brother.
Yeah, but the reason I bring this up is because, look, if you think what's going on is bad in Baltimore, what I think that our right-wing fringe, and I don't want to call them conservatives because they're not.
Right.
These are corporatists, and I guess you could maybe even go as far as fascist, because they want corporate rule. What the America that they envision is what's going on in Baltimore. Lots of desperation. I see the cuts to education. I see the cuts to social programs. I see the cuts to investment in our nation, and what they're creating on a national scale is what we see in our inner cities and our rural areas today. They want to spread that all over the country.
That's exactly right, Rick. They want to maximize their profits on the backs of working people. They want everybody to work for $8 or $9 an hour without any health care benefits, without any pension investments whatsoever. And it's wrong. They just want to completely exploit the workers and then turn around and say, well, at least you're getting a job. That's going to help you get out of poverty. So it's this vicious cycle, and it's irresponsible, and it's reprehensible, because there is enough wealth out there to go around. And I don't care if that sounds like a communist or socialist statement. When you really think about that at its core, you know darn well that statement has a lot of merit to it. And, I'm just so sick and tired of these guys just slamming the working class and slamming workers and making a buck off of their hard-earned living, and not being willing to even talk about raising the minimum wage or preserving, not even giving more to the construction workers, but preserving the prevailing wage, because those guys and gals earn it. You know, it's starting to get really nice outside, and I can think of all those transportation and construction workers that are out there right now in the hot sun. I mean, that's no joke. That's hard work, and they deserve what they get out there. And when it rains, they don't work, and when they don't work, they don't get paid. So cut them a break and stop going after workers and their wages, because this is getting really embarrassing.
I'm right there with you. And at some point, I'm hoping that there's this awakening and this epiphany that, hey, it's all of us thereafter, which is why, and this is the last line of questioning I wanted to get you on.
Sure.
Today, Bernie announced that he's in. And he's in it to win it. And you know, if he doesn't, even if he doesn't win, I still think having the conversation about income inequality, the conversation about a working class that has some measure of prosperity, I think these are really extremely important issues that come to the forefront. And I think Bernie's the guy who can help with that.
You're absolutely right, Rick. Look, his presence in the race to me is a welcome addition, because we've got to talk about income inequality. We've got to talk about the loss of opportunities. We've got to talk about the things that made this country great by leveling that playing field. And today that playing field is not level anymore. And corporations are getting away with more than they ever did, because they've got those slick, glossy public relations teams and multi-millions of dollars going into political action committees that are filtering all the way down to places like the General Assembly in Pennsylvania. So people like Mike Verb and Stephen Bloom can get away with that trash that they spew on a daily basis. And that's exactly what it is. It's trash, and we ought to set it aside and call it for what it is. So I'm glad that Bernie's in there, because he's tough talking. He's got the facts on his side. And I'm hoping he gets some traction in 2016.
Yeah, me too. And as I said at the beginning, as a kid from Brooklyn, I think he's a guy who's willing to punch somebody in the mouth, and we got a lot of people who need it.
That's right, Rick. I mean, like I said, when you're faced with a bully, you got to stand up to him. Let's stand up to these guys.
There you go. Abe, I appreciate you taking time for us. Thanks so much.
You got it, pal. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Our good friend Abe Amoros, legislative director here in Pennsylvania for LiUNA. Quick break, right back after this. Stick around. You listen to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
This is the fate of American dream. I got the time now to glorify now. Before I take a job, come on the ground floor. I'm just searching for my dignity. This is the fate of American dream. This is the fate of American dream. This is the fate of American dream.
You're listening to The Rick Smith Show.
As more and more people are fleeing their homes to set up camp outside, you can see how they're living in temporary accommodation, using anything they can to find some kind of protection.
Devastation in Nepal after massive earthquake. March 2015, the hottest March on record. Sardines crash in the Pacific, plus
they're seeing hotter temperatures, they're seeing longer droughts. They are seeing the impacts of the changing climate.
fighting climate change with the power of poo.
All of those fights and more straight ahead. From BradBlog.com, I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
Stand by for 6 minutes of independent green news, politics, analysis, and snarky comment.
California is bone dry. It looked like a trailer for the new Mad Max movie up in there.
Yep, it do. This is your Green News Report. Okay, Desi Doyen, we're out here in California, out here in Los Angeles. It do look like a Mad Max movie. It is bone dry at this time, and we're in, where are we, April at this point, and it's already hitting 90 degrees again. It's unbelievable what's going on, and there seems to be no relief in sight.
And it's not your imagination, but we'll have more about that in just a moment.
Well, I know it's not my imagination. It's hot.
But first, international rescue and relief efforts continue amid widespread devastation in Nepal, where a massive 7.8 earthquake and multiple large aftershocks hit near the capital city of Kathmandu on Saturday. More than 5,000 now confirmed dead, 6,000 to 7,000 injured. The aftershocks are complicating rescue and relief relief efforts, reports BBC correspondent Justin Rowlett in the middle of an aftershock.
The earth is trembling again now, and the earth is really moving now. As you can see, everyone's running through the streets. It's actually quite hard to balance. Looking up at the buildings, worried that the buildings will fall again, because of course it's not actually the earthquakes that kill. Whoa, it's the falling buildings.
And that is exactly what earthquake experts warned about in Kathmandu just last week. They were there for a meeting to help the government prepare for this very scenario, warning of the massive risk created by the combination of rapid urban growth and weak-to-know building codes. But time was not on their side, and resilient infrastructure is a hedge against the impact of natural disasters like floods and earthquakes, and that can tip entire countries into destabilization.
So this is something that had been warned about for a long time, and nothing was done. They expected this to happen and failed to take action. Sounds disturbingly familiar, I'm sorry to say.
Meanwhile, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has announced that March 2015 was officially the hottest March on record globally. But it was even hotter in California. The first 3 months of this year...
See, I told you it was hot in California. I knew that in advance.
That's right. The first 3 months of this year in California, the average temperature was over 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than average, beating last year's record by 2 degrees and intensifying California's historic drought. And now that drought has spread to Washington state. Washington Governor Jay Inslee has declared an official drought emergency for nearly half of Washington.
I'll tell you what, all you climate change deniers out there, you deny to your heart's content. Wait until the drought comes to you, because it's coming. It's coming across the country. If the scientists are right about this, this could be a mega drought. It starts here in California, but it is spreading. Just saying.
Now, we've reported previously on the epidemic of starving baby sea lions washing up on West Coast beaches, and now we know why. Populations of their primary food source, sardines, have crashed more than 90% in just 7 years. That's due to overfishing and shifting ocean conditions. U.S. regulators finally listened to fisheries biologists and have canceled this year's commercial fishing season for sardines to give the species a chance to recover. Meanwhile, severe weather costs the U.S. economy as much as $33 billion a year in damages. And now the U.S. Department of Agriculture is launching a broad new initiative to help farmers and ranchers build resilience and fight climate change. In a telephone press conference, Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack said farmers are already feeling the impacts of global warming.
They're seeing hotter temperatures. They're seeing longer droughts. They're seeing more frequent floods. They are seeing the impacts of the changing climate, and they understand and appreciate the need to adapt and mitigate.
Now, one big part of this broad new initiative will harness the power of poo, specifically helping farmers to build biodigesters. These are tanks that capture methane from the millions of gallons of manure generated every day by U.S. herds, and that can be burned to generate electricity and income for the farms. It's part of a whole new broad, comprehensive plan that will cut emissions and help farmers, ranchers, and forest managers earn money.
Yeah, but you're covering it because it's a story about poo, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you love these poo stories. I don't know why. For much more on that story and the ones we couldn't get to, or I refuse to get to, please check out our website at greennews.bradblog.com. Don't forget, you can download our reports anytime via iTunes, Stitcher, or TuneIn. Find us and follow us on the Facebook and the Twitters at Green News Report. From bradblog.com, I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
And this has been your Green News Report.
Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. The smell gets around you.
Bringing sanity and rational thought back to America. Rick Smith.
Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Check out the website, thericksmithshow.com. Questions, comments, something on your mind, you can email me, rick at thericksmithshow.com. You know, I look at this, and look, the question that Sardinia, Giardinia, I don't even know what his name is. The guy from Philadelphia. The question that he asked that I didn't get up and running.
You know,
was
I
this.
realize I went back. I've read it. I know you have too. This exemption for the unions back in the bad old days when the unions were under attack, people weren't letting them organize. You know what, the 20s and 30s. There was a sense, I guess, among legislators, we have to protect them. But it's morphed into in Pennsylvania, where they have much more latitude. And I've seen some of it here locally with stalking, harassment, threatening to use weapons of mass destruction. So as I understand it, you guys are trying to close those loopholes, right?
Trying to close the loopholes. To which he went into saying, well, we've got language and we're looking at it. And then that whole comment about, whenever they protest, whenever they come out with the giant rat, or whenever they take to the streets, it's like that Baltimore style stuff. And I'm going, I must have missed that. I must have missed the broken windows and all that. But here's the thing. And this is where the Giardinis, or whatever his name is, and the Verabs seem to get this wrong. There are laws on the books. So in Philadelphia, when something went awry, when someone got out of hand, guess what happened? They were indicted, they were tried in front of a jury of their peers, and they were convicted, and they will go to jail. We don't need special attacks and special definitions and changes in the law to enforce the law. And this idea that, all those union people got weapons of mass destruction. I don't know anyone who has a dirty bomb. In fact, I was a Teamster for 21 years, and no one ever gave me a baseball bat. I thought they were going to give me a baseball bat. Hollywood said Teamster baseball bat. I never got my baseball bat. Want my baseball bat? But even that is not a weapon of mass destruction. It's just one of those really bizarre kind of things that you see coming up. And, it's this constant attack on workers and their right to organize. Now, understand, my Tea Party friends, you go back to the Pastor Niemöller quote. First they came for the communists, and I said nothing because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I said nothing because I wasn't a trade unionist. And he goes down a whole list of things of people they came for, and he said nothing until eventually they came for him, and there was nobody left to speak up for him. Once they take away people's voices at any level, and as much as I thought the Tea Party idiots were out of their mind, I always said, let them speak. Let them have their rallies. Let them have their protests. That is the American way. That's what makes us exceptional. But I look at what's going on in our general assemblies across this country. All of that stuff, they're trying to make illegal. They're trying to make it illegal for people to stand on the street corner and talk to people. They're trying to make it illegal for people to go knock on their coworker's door and talk to people. That to me is insane. And it doesn't get any simpler than that to me. I just don't see it.
In my opinion, Rick, one of the craziest things about this is the statement that he made, that Giordano guy, my mom's maiden name, so I kind of know it. The statement made back in the bad old days. It's kind of like Stan Saylor saying, when I was an average worker, but when unions were actually getting attacked, back in the 20s and 30s.
You mean when the police were beating them with clubs and shooting them?
Yeah, but
back in those days?
Back in those days. But wait, aren't we back? No, violence aside, we're getting back to those days, aren't we? But
we're in the private sector. In the private sector, we're at a lower rate of union density in this country than we were back then.
Okay, so we're kind of
But there are no attacks on workers' rights and workers organizing. None of that.
None that's going on today?
No, of course not. You listen to them. No, you listen to them. People could freely join the unions, which is ridiculous because they can't. Back when the Wagner Act was first passed, a piece of legislation that gave workers there's nothing in the Wagner Act that gives employers any rights, because they understood when they wrote it that all the rights are in the hands of the employer. We've now taken a good number of the rights away from workers, thanks to Taft-Hartley and a whole bunch of Landon Griffith and all of the other decisions since then, and all the other changes to the Wagner Act since then. We've taken people's ability to join unions and to negotiate and to get a contract away from them. And, I go back to my grandparents' generation. I go back to that generation, and the reality is once they signed the card, they signed up, and they were a member of the union. It was that simple. And they assigned someone to be a bargaining unit person, and they assigned someone to negotiate for them. And I got to tell you, we better wake up. There was no secret ballot election. There were no jumping through hoops. There was no, oh, the employer needs to get their side in. Because understand, the employer got their side in. From the day they got hired, you could treat someone decent from the day they got hired. It's just nuts. Let's go to the phone lines. Got Andy on line one. How are we doing today, Andy?
Fine, Rick. Well, good news anyway with Bernie Sanders.
Thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled that Bernie's in. I think it's a good thing for the Democratic process, and I think it's a really good thing for the Democratic Party.
And the topic you were just talking about, Arbeit macht frei. Arbeit macht frei. That's all they want is slaves, Rick. That's all they want.
Well, if we could get them to all do what Adolf Hitler did on this day back in 1945, I'd be happy. Head down to the bunker and commit suicide.
I wish they would. Maybe with Bernie Sanders running, maybe that'll send them scurrying for the little cubby holes.
Well,
or
I
whatever.
think what it'll do, Andy, is going to send them scurrying to the billionaire class for more money, more campaign cash. And the sad thing is I'm waiting for the hate machine. I'm waiting for the right-wing insanity machine to pump into full gear and paint Bernie with the red brush. We know it's coming.
I couldn't agree with you more. You know that's going to happen. But actually, his message resonates between parties.
Of course it does.
Which is good because in Vermont, he gets a lot of Republicans and a lot of conservatives that vote for him. So his message does resonate to the working class.
My problem is, though, Andy, and I think we both agree on this, is that there aren't enough outlets to get his message out. So what could happen, and what I fear happens, is his message is twisted and screwed around by the machine that the right wing has built, that echo chamber that they've built. And I got to tell you, I worry about that more than anything.
I can't disagree with you. That's going to happen. But at least it's wonderful that the working class is going to get a voice at the podium when the debates start. Now, at least we'll have somebody that brings up the issues.
Yep.
And brings up the points. And you know he hits on the same points you do. He's right in line with our thinking. So it's a wonderful thing.
Yep, I'm thrilled about it.
And I'm glad the groups I belong to, DFA and PDA, have been strongly pushing for him to jump in the race.
So now does this end the call for Elizabeth Warren, or does it strengthen it even more?
I think it actually maybe even jettisons the pressure on her. I don't think people will give up. I've never been really strong for her because I didn't want to see her be another John Edwards.
Yeah.
You know, he runs one time for the Senate and that's it. He doesn't really get the credentials and the street smarts or the get more people behind him in a backing in a position and do a good job in the Senate. I would like to see Elizabeth Warren keep like she's doing, sticking it to Obama, which she is doing a great job of, just by saying things that are so ridiculously truthful. Like you even mentioned the other day, Obama's saying, just trust me on the TPP, just trust me. And she's warned her, how can we trust you? You won't even let us see it.
Yep.
We can't even see it. How can we possibly trust you? I mean, the ridiculousness. We can't trust her or him or Hillary Clinton. I have no trust for them because they've lied and lied and lied. They've continually lied to us. I will never support them because the lies are continuous. They'll say anything to get elected, anything to bring in the voters, and then when push comes to shove, when the rubber meets the road, they're on the corporatist side. They're on the corporate side.
And like you said, that's why I'm thrilled to see Bernie's in, because I know he's not.
He's got the track record.
That's it.
He's got the track. Consistently votes with the working class, and he sticks up for us, even filibusters for us.
So what do you think of what's going on in Baltimore right now? What do you think of the media messaging coming out of that?
You know, I couldn't agree with you more about the owner of the Baltimore Orioles. I thought he was so cogent and so exact in his statement. This isn't about just Black Lives Matter and black people getting killed, although they are and the police are out of control. But a lot has to do with economics. And as you and I know, if things are economically bad for a group of people or a population, that just ratchets up the edge and the lack of tolerance and the lack of civility in a society. And economically, the working class, the working people in this country have been decimated. And it only takes a little match to set things off.
Yeah. And to me, it all comes back to, and if you have to pick a moment, it all comes back to these insane free trade agreements.
Right. In 1980, when Ronald Reagan took over and the destruction, the neoliberal policies and NAFTA with Clinton just really set the working class on edge, outsourcing our jobs.
Well, it even
wages
started
going
before
down,
that. I mean,
no
back in-
opportunities.
Yeah, back in the late 60s when you started seeing capital borders being torn down and the neoliberals pushing through the 70s with deregulation and all of that stuff. You know, because we need to get the airlines deregulated. Look how wonderful that's been.
Right, and that was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, and the trucking deregulation, also Jimmy Carter.
Like the Powell memo was really the template.
Yep. No,
that's
that was
been
the
executed.
playbook, you know. And I've
Right.
said, you know, if you want to read some really amazing, you know, looking, you know, into the past kind of literature, you read the Powell memo, because mission accomplished. Break out the banner and the sock for the drawers, man, because it was a moment.
Couldn't agree with you more. That was the playbook, and it was executed. And it's coming to fruition.
You know, all
Almost
because they
everything
did
they wanted.
all because they did what he prescribed.
Correct.
What he said was a statesmanly like sum of 10% of all corporate profits going into buying media and radio and TV and funding people to write books and to be voices on the radio and on TV and to be into universities, getting money into the schools. You look at the Koch brothers spend $2 million at Florida State and get veto power over economics professors and get to evaluate the ones that are there. You look at all of the things that they did, just pervasive throughout our entire nation, throughout the fabric of our nation, and they really have changed this nation irreparably, in my view, at least in my lifetime. And I got hope for my kids, but in my lifetime, I don't know.
Right. Edward L. Bernays in full throttle. Everywhere you turn, it's their message being echoed, just like you said with the echo chamber. I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
Like we said, at least it's a good day with Bernie announcing. Hopefully, some of the things he says will start pounding through in the corporate media.
Maybe a kernel of thought will enter into folks' heads and they'll ask, you know, why am I working so hard and still falling behind? Why is it I don't have retirement security or health security? Why is it my kids are getting a less of an education than I am? Maybe we'll start asking some of those questions, and then maybe we'll start looking for answers.
Well, as you say time and time again, what's happened is the great distribution of wealth going to the upper classes. And what was it, the Saez over at Berkeley, 93% of all the money generated in the recovery goes to the top 1%. Everything is just going up.
No, not just that.
And
No,
none of it's going down.
Stop. Not 93%. He updated those numbers. It's 121%. Not only did they take everything, they clawed back from us the additional money. It's amazing what they came up with. The Piketty and Saez came up with is that 121% of all new income and new wealth went to the top 1%, which means we fell backwards.
And we have. All the statistics show that.
It's nuts.
We're getting crushed.
Andy, I appreciate the call, man. It's always great talking with you. Please call back again real soon.
All right. Have a great day. Huh?
Thanks.
Bye.
You know, he's spot on. And I mean, you look at this stuff, and I'm hoping by having Bernie in that we start talking about some of this stuff, and that we have the ability to then push back just a little bit. Just kind of a thought. Anyway, going to take a quick break. If you missed any portion of the program, you can download the podcast there at thericksmithshow.com. And make sure you get the app on your smartphone. Quick break, right back. Stick around.
Living, yes, I'm working all the time. It seems to me I could live my life a lot better than I think I am. I guess that's why they call me. They call me the working man.
Making the blue blood see red. The Rick Smith Show.
Would you dive 14 feet deep in the Susquehanna to keep a bridge safe? Would you spend night after night with prisoners to keep your community safe? Would you spend Christmas Eve plowing snow to keep roads safe? AFSCME members do. Men and women who choose to serve in public service. Mine inspectors, 911 dispatchers, healthcare workers, parole agents. You may not think about them, but no, they're all thinking about you. This message brought to you by AFSCME Council 13.
You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to thericksmithshow.com. If you've missed any portion of the program, you can download the podcast at thericksmithshow.com. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to thericksmithshow.com. If you've missed any portion of the program, you can download the podcast at thericksmithshow.com.
You're listening to WIN, Workers Independent News, a production of Diversified Media Enterprises. I'm Doug Cunningham. Short-haul drivers are on strike against 4 companies at the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego. They're demanding they be reclassified as company employees. Monica Lopez was at the Port of Long Beach and files this report.
Port truckers in Southern California entered their 3rd day of picketing on Wednesday. They're striking to be recognized as employees by the companies they drive for. Right now, drivers like Humberto Canales are classified as independent contractors. That means Canales rents the truck he drives from Pacer Cartage and pays for it through deductions from his paycheck. Canales says that he made $1,300 for the company, for the truck and everything, maintenance for the truck, gas, and his check still came out to $0. Canales' paycheck stub from early March shows that he worked a 48-hour work week. It also shows a total of $710.96 in company deductions for truck fuel, license fee, liability, and rental of the truck itself. Requests for an interview with Pacer's parent company, XPO Logistics, were declined. Instead, a written statement provided by a Pacer spokesman says their company believes the vast majority of drivers value the significant benefits of operating independently. On Tuesday night, disruption from picketing at Evergreen Terminal in the Port of Los Angeles prompted Evergreen to turn away trucks hauling for the targeted companies. Monica Lopez, Workers Independent News, Long Beach.
More than 5,000 RNs will strike 8 California hospitals tomorrow and May 1st. The nurses' strike is focused on calling for safe staffing levels, as well as implementing steps to retain experienced RNs. The nurses say management demands for cuts in health coverage for RNs and their families is also a major concern of the striking nurses. The strike starts Thursday at Kaiser Permanente's Los Angeles Medical Center. 2,200 University of Connecticut graduate assistants overwhelmingly ratified their first union contract as United Auto Workers members. GEU UAW says the contract improved health benefits with no premium increase, provides relief from hundreds of dollars per year in mandatory student fees, hikes wages by 9.3% over 3 years, and provides 6 weeks of paid maternity leave. The new UAW contract with UConn also provides child care subsidies and includes gender identity or expression as a protected non-discrimination category. The contract also provides an expedited grievance procedure in cases where loss of a job may jeopardize the visa status of graduate assistants.
Workers Independent News is brought to you with support from Union-Owned Bank of Labor, a division of Brotherhood Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender, doing whatever it takes to meet your business lending needs for new construction, remodeling, or building training facilities. Online at bankoflabor.com.
You've been listening to WIN, Workers Independent News. For more information, visit laborradio.org.
Time for change. It's time to rearrange.
Keeping the chambers of commerce within their gated communities. The Rick Smith Show.
You can't tell me we're gonna make it somehow. I heard a wise man say the revolution starts now. I think it's time for change. It's time to rearrange.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Check out the website, thericksmithshow.com. You know, I think it's time for a change, and I think Bernie could be that guy who leads us down that road to change. You know, I was looking at some of the, you know, how far we've gone in this country to prop up the corporate special interest. And I was reading this article that came from the Business Insider and they pointed out how much money is being just stashed overseas. They quoted a report done by Andrew Garthwaite. He's one of the analysts over at Credit Suisse, who evidently estimates that there's about $1.4 trillion worth of U.S. corporate and about $2.7 trillion of non-U.S. corporate money sitting in these corporate balance sheets that are basically just being hoarded. And what he's saying is what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of mergers and acquisitions. You're going to see a lot of corporate gobbling up. And what he said is, on conservative estimates, the combined firepower from corporate cash, re-leveraging, and private equity dry powder is $4.2 trillion, or about 10% of the global market cap. And they're going, what's going to happen with all this stuff? Well, they're obviously going to they're going to enrich themselves, and the leverage that they have. Just think about the leverage over our political system that they have when they go, well, we've got all this money and we'd really like to bring it back, but we need tax breaks. And look, you got both political parties going, okay, let's do that again. Like we didn't learn our lesson the first time. And, as I look at this mass accumulation of wealth, what's frustrating to me is you've got the 1% in this country who control more wealth than the bottom 99%. The 1% controls about 37% of all private wealth in this country. You've got the 400, the heavy 400 people you could probably put in a decent sized room who have more wealth than almost half of the nation. There's something seriously wrong with this. And when you look at, in 2010, for instance, when 25 of the top 100 largest CEOs were paid nothing in U.S. taxes, you got a problem. I look at some of these facts, and there are tons of this stuff out there. How we've allowed a handful, a small group of us to really separate from the rest of us. And what I love is then they go, well, we can't have a higher minimum wage. We can't raise wages. We can't allow people to organize. We can't do any of this stuff because evidently we need more. That's just staggering to me. And when you look at the messaging that comes out, especially around this trade agreement, which just has me, frustrated beyond belief. The messaging out of this is, we can't do any of this stuff because, we're in a global marketplace and we need to compete. And you need to compete with those poor, desperate 56-cent an hour workers. Honestly, Sean, when you look at what's going on, do you compete with people who are making 56 cents an hour? And how do you do that?
Easy. You participate in the race in the bottom. You get rid of the minimum wage. You get rid of labor protections, and you start going back into the 1800s. That's where we're going. And you have to sit back and wonder why we have people out in the streets today, sporadically over the past couple of years. And it's because of stuff like this. They don't care about us. All they care about are the corporate donors. And it's actually refreshing that we have someone in the race who will get some sort of shareability on the airs and over social media to get that working class message out.
And tomorrow is May Day. What was supposed to be Labor Day in this country, but again, the corporatists said, no, you can't have your Labor Day. We will give you the one we want to give you, which is at the end of summer. But tomorrow, which is supposed to be May Day, there's a big march and rally in New York and really across the country to highlight income inequality. They're also going to be talking about immigrant rights and the low-wage worker campaign labor. A bunch of social justice groups out in the streets trying to call attention to the low-wage economy. And what I love about it is they're going to take the march right past Billionaires Row there in Central Park South. There in New York, and I understand there are people in Philadelphia out, and you got folks all across the country taking to the streets and saying, you know what, enough is enough. And the reality is you look at what's going on in Baltimore, and to me, this is one of those moments where we need to pay attention to what's going on, because Baltimore, to me, is what the conservative right wing. I gotta stop saying conservative, because these aren't conservatives. These are corporatists. These are fascists, really. They want corporate control, and what they want is they want the kind of desperation, the kind of thumb under the thumb kind of situation that the people in Baltimore feel, not just there, but all across this country. And I love the right-wing messaging. I love the media's messaging out of this, that it's just in places like Baltimore where there are black faces. Look, white people riot too. I've seen lots of them, over pumpkins.
Sporting events.
I see white people riot. Pumpkins are another one. But, at the end of this, poverty is not just in our urban centers. Poverty is in rural areas across this country. And until we can figure out how to bridge those divides, because, look, in this state, you have a very clear divide. You've got the urbans and the rurals, and they've a major dividing line. Both broke, both poor, both with until Obamacare, both without health care, both with crummy education systems that are underfunded in the poor rural areas and urban areas. At some point, don't those groups have to come together and say, you know what, we've had enough of this, what? I mean, at some point?
Yeah, no, I mean, it has to be sooner or later. It's going to be, it really amazes me, because just from being out here and going out to school in a rural area, the services, like look at Corbett's first budget cut, went after the health centers. And who did that go after primarily? The people that voted for him, your rural constituents. And, this is where we get divided. To me, it's more along the color lines. Your cities are predominantly African-American. Your rural areas are going to be predominantly white. And they're still both poor. And that, to me, that's the only issues that are separating them. Like, if you consider yourself part of that working class or part of that same struggle, maybe we can get stuff done. Maybe we wouldn't have, legislators going on the radio comparing union workers to rioters, or maybe we wouldn't have what's happening in Baltimore happening right now if we actually got rid of poverty. People.
And now you've got Republicans who want to make that even worse, the poverty there. And I look at this story that came out, this Republican representative or legislator from Maryland, this Patrick McDonough, or I don't know how to say it. McDonough. We'll call him McDonald's. That's where we'll go with this. Evidently, he was guest hosting after a daytime drive time radio program. And he called for a scientific study of the thuggery in Black America, but also said that, anybody whose kids are out there, we should take their food stamps away. He said, I think that you could make a case that there's a failure to do proper parenting. And allowing this stuff to happen, there's an opportunity for a month to take away your food stamps. So you're going to make that better by starving them? Is that the Republican mentality? And the answer is yes.
Let's put their backs up against the wall more. Let's take their food away and see how that works. I'm not a mathematician, whatever, but something doesn't add up here. You take away people's foods, I think they're going to be, desperate. More desperate.
But isn't this what we do? I mean, honestly and truthfully, isn't what the Republicans have done is created this powder keg that's about to explode because of all the last 7 years of austerity. I would even argue the last 30 years of destroying the social safety net and tattering our ability to take care of the least among us. At some point, don't we have to point the finger right there where it belongs? Because I would argue a lot of what we're seeing in our inner cities is not just our trade policy, which is a huge part of it, but also the destruction of the social fabric and the destruction of the family. Look, I do agree with some of the crazy people go, well, kids who grow up without two parents live in poverty. Yes, but you look at the policies put forth by Republicans to put roadblocks in front of families getting food stamps or heating assistance or any of those social safety net programs. When I was a kid, and this goes back, back to the 70s. There could not be a man in the house if the family was getting ADC, which was aid to dependent children. So they made a policy choice not to allow the husband into the home. So if you wanted to feed your kids, Husband couldn't find a job. Wife can't find a job because you're in a housing project where there's no work and you're not on the bus line. Well, first thing they thought of is, well, we're not going to let them get off easy. No, we're going to kick the father out of the house and make them struggle because you've got to be really indigent and really desperate. And that's what they've done. So I would argue when these right-wing crazy, when they go off on this, well, the two-parent family, blah, 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 blah. That was a policy decision. That was something that they did. And I'm telling you, we can undo it, but not with these crazy people.
And also, I look at this a different way. Through globalization and studying colonialization in college and everything, I think what we're viewing as our independent, our urban centers with all the poverty and the blight. We are using these people as basically this is neocolonialization they are just we are mining the wealth out of them.
Yeah, we're using them on the other level, going, you don't want to be like them, so go to work and take those crappy jobs and keep on the treadmill.
But even by mining the wealth, I mean, we're propping up charter schools for public schools, where public schools would keep the money inside the community. That money would go back into the community, would get reinvested in the public good. Now we're giving money to people who are running school boards, and that's just filling their back pockets. And they're just taking that money they're just bilking the taxpayers, and they're bilking poor people, and they're making their millions off of these inner city centers. It just amazes me that we're doing this today. And quite honestly, I'm surprised this hasn't happened sooner. Like, what would happen if we have another economic collapse? I mean,
so you're going to see rural areas, you're going to see suburbs, you're going to see people, because most working people are just on the fringe. Most of them are just keeping up. And another economic collapse could be devastating.
It could be devastating, but I want to know what the response of the people would be on it. Like, are we going to step back and sit down and watch our televisions and go watch the Dugars and everyone else with their 19 kids and counting? Or are we going to get in the streets and do something?
Yeah, I got to be honest.
It took us almost 5 years.
I had hoped in 2009 that we would have taken to the streets, and it just didn't happen. And why? Because even as tattered as the social safety net is, there's still something there. And I got to tell you, I don't know what it's going to take. But I look at what's going on in Baltimore. While I don't think it's a good thing, I think what could come out of it could be a good thing. That's my thought on it. Let's take a quick break. Right back. Stick around. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
For the firefighters, my friend, and the kids locked in the Capitol are fighting till the end. And we're not gonna break tonight, and we're not gonna bend. Some say the union's down, but I asked around, and everybody said, this is a union town, all down the line. This is a union town, all down the line. And if they come to strip our rights away, we'll give them hell every time. This is a union town, all down the line.
Remembering that united we bargain, divided we beg.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1894. A group of 400 to 500 unemployed men marched down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the U.S. Capitol. In a buggy at the front of the march rode Jacob Coxey. The march had been Coxey's idea. He was the owner of a sand quarry in Massillon, Ohio. Although he himself was a wealthy man, he had become incensed at the government's failure to address the nation's growing unemployment crisis. The Panic of 1893 had sent unemployment skyrocketing to 18%. Coxey called for a national march of unemployed workers to demand for a public works project. He declared it the Army of the Commonwealth of Christ. Across the nation, men took up the call. It's estimated that 20,000 workers set out for Washington, D.C., but not everyone made it that far. Workers from Portland, Oregon were arrested and sent home when they commandeered a train for the journey. It took the marchers from Ohio 5 weeks to arrive. But just as they approached the Capitol, a line of more than 1,000 police officers and military soldiers stood between them and their destination. As the soldiers drew closer, Coxey leapt from his buggy and jumped over a fence onto the Capitol grounds to begin his speech. But before he finished, he was arrested for walking on the grass. He served 20 days in jail. With his arrest, the movement disbanded. Although the government refused to listen to Coxey's message, it was covered widely by the press. The march brought attention to the plight of the unemployed. 50 years to the day when he was arrested, a 90-year-old Coxey returned to the Capitol. He had finally the opportunity to deliver the full speech he had prepared in his fight for working people. Labor History in 2 brought to you by the Illinois Labor History Society and The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to laborhistoryin2.com, like us on Facebook, and follow us on the Twitters at Labor History in 2.
Tales of American Political History with Clinton Porter Hackney.
We've been discussing the life of Victoria Woodhull, an American politico who truly went from rags to riches. In 1866, Victoria remarried, this time to James Blood, a former Army officer and the city auditor of St. Louis. This marriage lasted only 10 years, but it was one heck of a 10-year run. Victoria quickly became a political activist and became a high-profile promoter of women's rights to divorce without fault, women's rights to vote, civil rights, and what she called free love. She also went into business with her beloved sister Tenny, and the two opened a brokerage firm on Wall Street in 1870, becoming the first female stockbrokers. They both made a fortune. That same year, they also founded a newspaper, Woodhull and Claflin's Weekly. Join us again for a political campaign. This is Clinton Porter Hackney at cphackney.com.
Chances are, when you took a shower this morning, an AFSCME member made sure that water was clean. When you drove to work, an AFSCME member maintained the road. When you rode an elevator, an AFSCME member inspected it. I'm David Philman, Executive Director of AFSCME Council 13, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. AFSCME members enforce regulations, keep prisoners behind bars, take care of patients, protect the environment, and more. The work isn't glamorous, the salaries aren't high, but AFSCME members serve the public in every aspect of our daily lives. Chances are, you'll never see that AFSCME member working in a sewage plant, diving underwater to repair a bridge, or answering a 911 call. But aren't you glad they do? For more information, visit AFSCME13.org. We are AFSCME.
Where family values are more than slogans. The Rick Smith Show.
All because the gays are getting married, that is why people die and children go unfed. When I'm sad and alone, and I'm wondering just why everything about my life is feeling like it's going down a toilet bowl. It's good to know it's cause the gays.
Oh, yes. Yeah. All that stuff going on in Baltimore, it's got nothing to do with trade policy. It's got nothing to do with generations of policy breaking up the family. No, none of that. It's got nothing to do with deindustrialization and suburban flight and nothing to do with that. It's because of the gays. The gays are getting married. That's what it is. Well, at least that's what Texas Republican Bill Flores says. He was interviewed by the right-wing crazy people over at the Family Research Council. And, you got to love it. He says, and he brings up the whole family argument. And he says, we know that, people in two-parent households have a better chance of not living in poverty, which is true because you do have the opportunity of two parents working. I agree with that. But what he says is you look at what's going on in Baltimore today, you see issues that are raised there, and healthy marriages are the ones between a man and a woman because they can have a healthy family. He says there's just nothing like traditional marriage, to give kids the economic and physical and social and all that stuff. And I'm going, really? You're gonna blame the gays, really, in the black community? Really? You're gonna do that? You're gonna go there? Okay. You're wrong, but it's a nice soundbite. It's a good way to beat up on somebody and keep people divided. But again, you're wrong. Because here's the other part of this. I know some seriously screwed up and dysfunctional people who were raised by two heterosexual parents. I know lots of them. So I don't know that, got to be honest, I don't know that you want to be touting that. Now, if you want to look at the poverty communities, and not just black communities, but white communities as well, you talk about the breakdown of the family structure, which I'm concerned with as well. But you talk about the classroom to prison pipeline. You talk about the lack of money in these classrooms. You talk about the lack of opportunity, and not just in the classroom, but in the community. And the privatization of our prison industries to make sure that the heads are in beds, and you need people that can do that. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got a lot of problems that have to be dealt with, and they're not all corporate tax breaks that can solve them. I look at all of this finger pointing, and I don't see anybody saying, how do we fix this? It's a lot of finger pointing. I look at Ted Cruz, for instance. You know whose fault it is? You got one Republican saying it's the gays, the other one it's the black guy in the White House. It's Obama's fault, according to Ted Cruz, because evidently, according to him, he's the guy who's done it. He could have brought us together, says Cruz. Instead, he's divided us. And I'm going, wait a second. If I remember, and I go back to the healthcare debate, they really bent over backwards to get the Republicans on board. They gave away stuff they didn't have to get Republican support that they weren't going to get, which was kind of insane to me. And of course, all of the media reports then bring up all of the things in the past that Obama has done or claims to have done. You go back and you think about the, right at the beginning of his presidency, there was that incident with the professor. I think he was from Princeton or Yale, but basically said that the police had acted stupidly in arresting this guy who was a very distinguished professor. And then they had the big beer summit where they sat down and had a beer because he was trying to get them to talk. And that didn't look good. And then the Trayvon Martin thing where he said, the kid would look like mine. If I had a son, my son would have looked like him. And yes, probably would have. But these are reasons, according to Ted Cruz, that Obama is to blame. And, I got to be honest, I agree with Obama on the idea that since Ferguson, we've seen too many instances where, you've got these negative interactions between unarmed black men and the police that end in violence or tragedy. And I think Obama's right. it raises troubling questions, things that we need to be talking about as a society. And I'll tell you, I'm not thrilled with where we're going. And I'm really not thrilled with what we've allowed happen to our police departments. Like I said the other day, I got pulled over for, evidently, according to the cop, I didn't stop long enough at the stop sign. I don't know why. I don't know how he could tell that speeding up behind me, whether I stopped long enough at a stop sign. But, he came out and he looked like he was ready for war. He's going to Afghanistan. I had the whole military jumpsuit on, and I'm going, really? In a small community? Is this the police relations? Probably the wrong way of doing it. Just my thought. Anyway, Bill O'Reilly, also, he jumped into the middle. You remember did you see the video of the woman who went and grabbed her son and, kind of smacked him around a bit for throwing rocks? Something I think any parent would/should do. Grab the kid, get him out of there, especially in an urban setting like this where, you're going to throw a rock, they may shoot you, at least with the pepper gun or the bean bags or whatever. She's just trying to protect the kid. Well, O'Reilly evidently went after her. And I love, some of the things he said. Well, she's not an educated woman. She went after him, said, pointed out that she was talking to MLK's niece, this Alveda King, who's a right winger. I'll give her credit for that. And I think it's the abortion issue and all the money. The money, I think, the bigger part of it. Anyway, they're talking about this woman, and O'Reilly points out that she has 6 kids by 6 different fathers, and making a big deal out of that. Which I don't know. I got to be honest. I got a question about it too. But King points out that she's got 6 kids by 2 different fathers, and he goes, "Whoa! We're not talking about you. You're an educated woman. She's not." And, King said, I was an educated woman, but the lady spoke very well. And if you looked at her interview, she did. She said, "Look, I care about my kids, and I care about the community." And she went into this whole thing. She, that's my only son. At the end of the day, I don't want him to be like Freddie Gray, and I understand that. And she went on to say, but to stand up there and to vandalize the police officers, that's not justice. And he went after her with full guns blaring. And at the end of it, one of the clips that caught my attention is O'Reilly interrupted, this other person by saying, in the ghetto, in any world, if you get an education, you'll get a job. And I got to be honest, I don't agree with that, because I did grow up in a housing project. I did grow up in the ghetto, and we weren't on the bus line. There weren't jobs around. To be honest, if you found a job, you're walking several miles to get to it. So there were always obstacles in place of people. So, this kind of flip mentality, this kind of, well, if you really wanted it, is just kind of nonsense to me. And I think from a white perspective, it's something that really needs to be examined, because it's not just in the black community, it's in the white community as well. Only we don't seem to talk about it as much. Just strange to me. Anyway, going to take a quick break. When we come back, something real positive, something good. And we need that for today, I think. The postal workers are going to be doing their food drive on May 9th. We're going to talk with Daryl Vance about that, what we can do to help, it make it a successful and great event. Quick break, right back.
We gotta get over tonight. We gotta do it today. No more madness, confusion. No more disarray. We gotta get over tonight.
You're listening to The Rick Smith Show.
As more and more people are fleeing their homes to set up camp outside, you can see how they're living in temporary accommodation, using anything they can to find some kind of protection.
Devastation in Nepal after massive earthquake. March 2015, the hottest March on record. Sardines crash in the Pacific, plus
They're seeing hotter temperatures. They're seeing longer droughts. They are seeing the impacts of the changing climate.
fighting climate change with the power of poo.
All of those fights and more straight ahead from bradblog.com. I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
Stand by for 6 minutes of independent green news, politics, analysis, and snarky comment.
California is bone dry. It looked like a trailer for the new Mad Max movie up in there.
Yep, it do. This is your Green News Report. Okay, Desi Doyen, we're out here in California, out here in Los Angeles. It do look like a Mad Max movie. It is bone dry at this time, and we're in, where are we, April at this point, and it's already hitting 90 degrees again. It's unbelievable what's going on, and there seems to be no relief in sight.
And it's not your imagination, but we'll have more about that in just a moment.
Well, I know it's not my imagination. It's hot.
But first, international rescue and relief efforts continue amid widespread devastation in Nepal, where a massive 7.8 earthquake and multiple large aftershocks hit near the capital city of Kathmandu on Saturday. More than 5,000 now confirmed dead, 6,000 to 7,000 injured. The aftershocks are complicating rescue and relief efforts, reports BBC correspondent Justin Rowlett in the middle of an aftershock.
The earth is trembling again now, and the earth is really moving now. As you can see, everyone's running through the streets. It's actually quite hard to balance. Looking up at the buildings, worried that the buildings will fall again, because of course it's not actually the earthquakes that kill. Whoa, it's the falling buildings.
And that is exactly what earthquake experts warned about in Kathmandu just last week. They were there for a meeting to help the government prepare for this very scenario, warning of the massive risk created by the combination of rapid urban growth and weak-to-no building codes. But time was not on their side, and resilient infrastructure is a hedge against the impact of natural disasters like floods and earthquakes, and that can tip entire countries into destabilization.
So this is something that had been warned about for a long time, and nothing was done. They expected this to happen and failed to take action. Sounds disturbingly familiar, I'm sorry to say.
Meanwhile, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has announced that March 2015 was officially the hottest March on record globally. But it was even hotter in California. The first 3 months of this
See,
year...
I told you it was hot in California. I
That's-
knew that in advance.
That's right. The first 3 months of this year in California, the average temperature was over 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than average, beating last year's record by 2 degrees and intensifying California's historic drought. And now that drought has spread to Washington state. Washington Governor Jay Inslee has declared an official drought emergency for nearly half of Washington.
I'll tell you what, all you climate change deniers out there, you deny to your heart's content. Wait until the drought comes to you, because it's coming. It's coming across the country. If the scientists are right about this, this could be a mega drought. It starts here in California, but it is spreading. Just saying.
Now, we've reported previously on the epidemic of starving baby sea lions washing up on West Coast beaches, and now we know why. Populations of their primary food source, sardines, have crashed more than 90% in just 7 years. That's due to overfishing and shifting ocean conditions. U.S. regulators finally listened to fisheries biologists and have canceled this year's commercial fishing season for sardines to give the species a chance to recover. Meanwhile, severe weather costs the U.S. economy as much as $33 billion a year in damages. And now the U.S. Department of Agriculture is launching a broad new initiative to help farmers and ranchers build resilience and fight climate change. In a telephone press conference, Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack said farmers are already feeling the impacts of global warming.
They're seeing hotter temperatures. They're seeing longer droughts. They're seeing more frequent floods. They are seeing the impacts of a changing climate, and they understand and appreciate the need to adapt and mitigate.
Now, one big part of this broad new initiative will harness the power of poo, specifically helping farmers to build biodigesters. These are tanks that capture methane from the millions of gallons of manure generated every day by U.S. herds, and that can be burned to generate electricity and income for the farms. It's part of a whole new broad, comprehensive plan that will cut emissions and help farmers, ranchers, and forest managers earn money.
Yeah, but you're covering it because it's a story about poo, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you love these poo stories. I don't know why. For much more on that story and the ones we couldn't get to, or I refuse to get to, please check out our website at greennews.bradblog.com. Don't forget, you can download our reports anytime via iTunes, Stitcher, or TuneIn. Find us and follow us on the Facebook and the Twitters at Green News Report. From bradblog.com, I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
And this has been your Green News Report.
That smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. The smell gets around.
Saving work in America, one show at a time. The Rick Smith Show.
I've been standing here waiting, Mr. Postman, so patiently, for just a card or just a letter saying she'll be coming home to me. Please, Mr. Postman.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Check out the website, thericksmithshow.com. So instead of you waiting for the postman, I would suggest on May 9th, which is coming up in just a couple of days, you're out there with some canned goods to make sure that they can come and take them away, because it is time for the annual food drive that the letter carriers are doing. And they'll be collecting, I guess, all day Saturday on May 9th to help feed the hungry in our area and in the state. And in fact, I found an interesting little tidbit. The folks here in Harrisburg, just in this Harrisburg district, they collected 62 tractor trailer loads of food that were distributed to the food banks across the Commonwealth to help feed people who need it. And here to talk a little bit about the program, I've asked Daryl Vance. He's the head guy over at the Nelk Branch 500, represents the local area here in Harrisburg. Daryl, thanks for taking time for us.
Hey, thank you, Rick.
So I look at this, and good on you. I mean, here at the program, we've done food drives in the past. I think it is a very worthy, very noble, and a very community-centric thing to do. Good on you. Tell me about it.
Okay, 23 years ago, the NALC and the United States Postal Service had come to an agreement to stamp out hunger across the nation. And they would continue to do this every year until all that are hungry are fed. We've been doing this 23 years in a row now. And we donate to every Pennsylvania food bank. We donate to basically anyone who's in need. The food banks are always our top one. We'd like to keep those shelves stocked for all the Pennsylvanians who's in need. And like you said, last year was a good turnout. We collected 62 tractor trailer loads of food that was donated, and that's every single box of food was gone. So it was a great turnout. And once again, we'll have it Saturday, May 9th. People can just simply put non-perishable goods in a bag and put it by their mailbox. And when we deliver the mail that day, we'll just reach over and take the food along with us.
And if folks wanted to make things easier for you and not make because I feel sorry for the poor woman who's my mail person. She's got this little truck there, and she's cramped in there with all the mail surrounding her. I'm going, I feel bad for her because I saw her last year. She was just packed in there with food.
Well, yeah, and that's actually a good thing. I know you're looking at it like you feel bad for her, but we're looking at it as such a successful day. And what we do is we have help, and we're very grateful for the help from the boys and the Girl Scouts.
Nice.
We also have help from retired letter carriers. What they do on Saturday is they'll basically come out to the office with their pickup trucks, and then they just drive around the route. And anyone like your mail lady, if her truck gets full, somebody will come out and unload the food, and we just keep it moving all day long.
Just like the post office, very efficient.
We try to be. We try.
Because the reality is there's a group out there doing all they can to bash the Postal Service and really to destroy what we have built as a nation. And I think a very efficient, very cost-effective service for all of us to partake in.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And for all the naysayers, we very proud to announce that so far this year, the post office has cleared, that meaning in the black after paying all salaries and all operational costs, $1.4 billion.
Wow.
So yeah, so we're doing incredible on parcels. In the future, well, actually, there's pilots going on right now. We're going to be delivering groceries, cases of water. Amazon.com right now, people in certain cities can order stuff 8 a.m. and they're getting it 11 a.m. So yeah, it's not a business that's going under. There's so much opportunity and so much revenue to be made. And just like you say, we just got to keep battling those who wish to take yours and my postal service.
Yeah, I mean, they really tried with that poison pill that they passed through back during the Bush years, which I still don't understand. I still don't know why you would say, we need to fund the health care and the retirees 75 years in advance. Or in fact, we're going to pay for workers that aren't even born yet. It just blows my mind. But when you look at it from the perspective of you want to destroy it, it makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let's bring it.
And we're currently, we're still heading Congress. There's some legislation out there that protects door-to-door delivery, which is H.R. 28. Legislation that makes 6-day delivery law, that's H.R. 12. So, we've been pretty successful with some co-sponsors, and we're also very fortunate that to date, there hasn't been any crippling legislation trying to take Saturday or door-to-door away from us yet.
That's good news. Let's get back to this Stamp Out Hunger food drive you guys are doing, which I just think is a fantastic thing. Again, it's going to be on May 9th. I understand there'll be bags that people can get a couple of days beforehand. They fill up to the brim, right? All of it, or whatever you can put into it so that you guys can pick it up, right?
Correct. Yep. Anything they wish to put out there. We even have people that sometimes will put 3 cans of soup in their mailbox. We'll take it all.
All right, that's a good thing. Now, what shouldn't we put out?
I would try to steer away from glass. Last year, it seemed like people were donating applesauce. Will come into sometimes glass containers, and then what happens is with the weight of the bag and everything, sometimes the glass breaks. And of course, that's just it's unsafe for my carriers. That's one of the, I hate the word like that, but it's one of the biggest things. We're hauling the mail and the food all day, and if someone gets their hand cut off of glass, Anything, like eggs, anything that's perishable is not a good idea. We're looking for anything non-perishable, anything in plastic bottles, containers.
And I would argue probably because we've done, here at the Rick Smith Show, we've done, I think 3 or 4 Hungry and Homeless for the holiday food events over the years, where I've spent a week living in the parking lot trying to raise food. And the best way that I found to help food banks, the best way I found that you help these folks feed people is by donating money. Is there a possibility of people just saying, you know what, the canned good isn't going to help, but maybe if I got $1 or 10 or something, is there a place to donate that other than just leaving it in the mailbox?
Okay, now that we kind of steer away from that because we know we're still on postal time, so to speak. And so if anyone would wish to do a cash donation, what we're going to advise them to do is actually donate it. Send a check to their local food bank.
Right. And that's a good thing because look, at the end of it, while I think this is a great idea, money to your local food bank is money, the best money spent, because they can buy in bulk that you and I can't go to the grocery store and pick up. We bring that one canned good home for $1. They can buy it directly from the wholesalers. They can get 2 or 3. And I would argue the money's a good way to go. But to me, this is fantastic because it's community engagement. It's interaction with our postal worker, who I love my postal woman. She's fantastic and really just a great woman.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a lot of good people I work for, that's for sure. Letter carriers, we do so much community service in general, taking care of those who's hungry. We donate to MDA. Boys and Girls Club, the list goes on and on and on. And that's just the National Association of Letter Carriers strongly believes in giving back to the community, because that is where we come from, and we're on the streets every day walking through it.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I think you guys do great work. I'm hoping that 62 tractor trailer loads is a lot. Any chance we get to 65?
We're in try every year, Rick. We try to beat the number of last.
All right, so I'm challenging folks. You got to fill those bags up. You can put them in the mailbox. Do whatever. Make sure the trucks are loaded up, because I'd like to have you come back, Daryl, and talk to us about how you got to 65, or maybe even 70.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, I'd love to.
All right, Daryl, I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rick.
All righty, Daryl Vance. He's the head guy over at Nelks Branch 500. They're the folks who are around here in the Harrisburg area, your local letter carriers, and you should always thank them. And of course, at holidays, I would leave them a tip and some hot chocolate or something. It's because they do fantastic, great work. Let's take a quick break. Right back after this. Stick around. You're listening to the Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
Fighters, my friend, and the kids locked in the Capitol are fighting till the end. And we're not gonna break tonight, and we're not gonna bend. Some say the union's down, but I asked around, and everybody said, this is a union town, all down the line. This is a union town, all down the line. And if they come to strip our rights away, we'll give them hell every time. This is a union town, all down the line.
Remembering that united we bargain, divided we beg.
Words can be discombobulating when people twist them to fit concepts that are the exact opposite of what the word actually means. Consider the current debate in Washington over the Trans-Pacific Partnership. This secretly negotiated deal is the exact opposite of a, quote, liberal reform, for it blatantly transfers a major portion of our people's democratic sovereignty into the plutocratic hands of multinational corporate giants. Yet lawmakers and pundits fronting for the corporations have disingenuously dubbed this corporatization of power a, quote, liberalization of global policies. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. For an example of the reactionary reality of TPP, look at a couple of little favors it does for Big Pharma. First, it extends the number of years that a pharmaceutical giant can keep a patent on its brand name drugs. Not only does this artificially add more monopoly profits into the coffers of drug makers, but it simultaneously postpones competition from the makers of cheaper generic drugs, an especially dangerous delay for low-income people who are ill. A second provision restricts public regulation of drug prices by any of the 12 countries that are part of the agreement. This is a gross nullification of the people's sovereign right to remedy price gouging by corporate profiteers that hold monopolies on life-saving medicines. Those pushing TPP assert that it's merely a trade agreement and we should not bother our little heads with worry about its details. But it's filled with gotchas like these gifts to Big Pharma. They have nothing to do with trade and everything to do with global elites secretively, deceitfully, and immorally agreeing among themselves to steal power from us. This is Jim Hightower saying, don't just worry about TPP, fight it. Get the lowdown on how at stoptpp.org.
Hightower's commentary is brought to you by the Hightower Lowdown. From Wall Street to Washington, this monthly newsletter reveals who's doing what to whom and why. Check it out, hightowerlowdown.org.
From United Nations headquarters in New York, this is Your World in 2. I'm your host, Luke Vargas, with the Talk Radio News Service. The Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, addressed a joint session of the U.S. Congress today, just days after Japan and the U.S. agreed to new guidelines for Japan-U.S. defense cooperation. That agreement, which modernizes military cooperation between the two countries, will impact such areas as missile defense and the prevention of cyber attacks. The U.S. receives that kind of support from other countries, but given that Japan's post-World War II constitution dramatically limits what its military can do, it's a big deal overseas. In his speech today, Abe made reference to and applauded the Obama administration's so-called foreign policy pivot to Asia, in which the president planned to extract the U.S. from decades-long entanglements in the Middle East and shift focus to the Pacific.
I will state clearly, we will support the U.S. effort first, last, and throughout.
Beyond military cooperation, building ties across the Pacific Ocean will occur most through trade. And a big driver of that could be the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the free trade agreement that Obama is trying to negotiate with 11 other countries on both sides of the ocean. All said, 40% of U.S. trade is conducted with those 11 nations, so reaching a deal is a top priority. Putting aside criticisms that the agreement shouldn't be negotiated in secret, Abe made it clear he wants to strike a deal.
The goal is near. Let us bring the TPP to a successful conclusion through our joint leadership.
For more global news headlines, visit talkradionews.com.
Would you dive 14 feet deep in the Susquehanna to keep a bridge safe? Would you spend night after night with prisoners to keep your community safe? Would you spend Christmas Eve plowing snow to keep roads safe? AFSCME members do. Men and women who choose to serve in public service. Mine inspectors, 911 dispatchers, healthcare workers, parole agents. You may not think about them, but no, they're all thinking about you. This message brought to you by AFSCME Council 13.
Remembering that united we bargain, divided we beg. Rick Smith.
He's going the distance. He's going for speed. She's all alone, in a time of need. Because he's racing and racing and plotting the course. He's fighting and fighting and riding on his horse. He's racing and pacing and plotting the course. He's fighting and fighting and riding on his horse. He's going the distance.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Check out the website, thericksmithshow.com. So the president, I guess, is set to announce 2 brand new sparkling initiatives that will involve the private sector. Evidently, he's looking for the major book publishers. You know, the big ones, the Simon & Schuster, the Bloomsbury, the Macmillan, the Random House / Penguin, and the HarperCollins. He's asking them, hey, can we have some free ebooks? They're looking for about $250 million in free ebooks to go to low-income students. And I'm going, wait a second. Isn't that what we had libraries for? And that's the other initiative. Every student in the country will have a library card. And what is interesting to me, though, and we had talked about this during the Corbett years, almost, I think every year of the Corbett budget, he attempted to slash funding to public libraries. And, you know, at the end of the day, those are the places where the economically disadvantaged and people who are, who can't afford maybe internet access or the luxury of buying books. That's where they go. And it's a good thing for a community, just kind of a good thing. But anyway, Obama's idea of getting these free ebooks, I'm wondering if we're paying full price for the ebooks. Because I know ebooks don't cost very much to put out. Now they're talking about connecting with a company that would offer, I guess it's called Connect Ed. It's a digital platform that they claim is going to be able to improve some education through the digital connectivity, so the kids get access to the books and they're there. I'm interested to see what happens with all of this, because you look at the price of textbooks, and I wonder if he's doing anything on the college level to get folks textbooks. Because I remember the last course I took, I had taken a this is number of years back. I was taking an economics class, like a 200 level economics course. And it was one of those things where I needed a textbook, and I go, you know what? It's like $170 in the campus bookstore, which is just completely outrageous to me. And I went online, I looked it up, and I found it in Australia. I actually had a book shipped from Australia that was like $70. And you go, explain to me how it is there's a $100 markup between what I can buy here locally, I can go walk to the store and pick up, and what I can have shipped halfway across the freaking world. Explain that, because I'm struggling. And it was like 70 US, and that was after the exchange. It's just one of those weird things. And again, it comes back to the what? The profit. Which brings me to Corinthian colleges. You may remember we talked about Corinthian, who booted 16,000 students to the curb when they closed their 28 campuses. Turns out Marco Rubio had sent a letter last summer asking for the U.S. Department of Education to, quote unquote, demonstrate leniency towards the Corinthian colleges. But just leave them alone a little bit. Go easy on them. In fact, what's interesting to me is he went to bat for them, because we need to have for-profit colleges. And the tweet that caught a lot of people's attention here recently was him tweeting out saying students deserve to know how much a degree will help them earn before taking out a student loan. And now he has a plan. So he's put out this plan, which I don't know how you can have this grand plan when you're out there pimping charters for-profit schools. I just don't get it. Sorry, I'm not missing it. Missing.
You know what the difference is between a regular brick and mortar school and a online college?
Tell me.
The brick and mortar schools, they don't close, and they don't kick 20,000 people to the curb who are like what, $30,000, $40,000 in debt on a worthless degree to begin with.
Yeah, well, but you know what those for-profit schools do?
They make money.
They make hands of money, and they donate to politicians who are running for president. See how that works? And not to mention, they give money to politicians all along the spectrum.
Yeah, no.
Yay. Good news out of the University of Connecticut. They've overwhelmingly, the graduate assistants overwhelmingly approved and ratified their first labor contract. Evidently, there are 6 campuses in the University of Connecticut system of about 2,200 assistants. The vote, and I love the numbers of the vote, 1,103 people voted in favor of the 3-year agreement, which gave workers a raise totaling, I guess, about 9.3% over 3 years. Also, they got a little help with their university fees, which are going to be reduced by about $900 a year. Got some maternity leave. Got a lot of good things, a lot of good stuff. So 1,103 voted for it. Any idea how many of the people voted against it? And that's the number that got me, because look, I've done some union organizing, and you usually have you got your group that are against it. Any idea, Sean, how many people voted against it?
No, I do not.
10. Just 10. To me, that is amazing that you had that kind of
union campaign.
Yeah, union campaign. 10 people voted against it, which I got to tell you, that's good stuff. So good on the folks there at the University of Connecticut, in which another place my daughter considers a place because she loves basketball. that she wouldn't want to go. And I would love to see her go to the University of Connecticut. Great basketball program. In fact, back-to-back, they've won the national championship for the women's NCAA, and that's good stuff. Anyway, the graduate assistants, there are members of the Graduate Employees Union of the United Auto Workers, which good for them. Good stuff. Anyway, before we take a quick break, I'm just thrilled. I got a bunch of emails from folks equally thrilled. One said, "This is the moment I've been waiting for. Bernie is in," and that's the message for today. I mean, we're finally going to have somebody willing to step forward, stand up, and speak out for folks like you and me. I'm thrilled. Anyway, if you missed any portion of the program, thericksmithshow.com. That's where you go to get the podcast. The Rick Smith Show app on the smartphone. Take the program on the go wherever you go. And as always, we'd love to hear from you. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com.
Help the poorest folks, but it only brought more money to their hands. And the poor keep getting poorer. People turn away, not able to admit the way they planned. It's taking all the soul away from everything they grew, and they can't find the legs on which to stand.
Uncovering the con in conservatism. Rick Smith.
You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to thericksmithshow.com. If you've missed any portion of the program, you can download the podcast at thericksmithshow.com.
You're listening to WIN, Workers Independent News, a production of Diversified Media Enterprises. I'm Doug Cunningham. Short-haul drivers are on strike against 4 companies at the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and San Diego. They're demanding they be reclassified as company employees. Monica Lopez was at the Port of Long Beach and files this report.
Port truckers in Southern California entered their 3rd day of picketing on Wednesday. They're striking to be recognized as employees by the companies they drive for. Right now, drivers like Humberto Canales are classified as independent contractors. That means Canales rents the truck he drives from Pacer Cartage and pays for it through deductions from his paycheck. Canales says that he made $1,300 for the company, for the truck and everything, maintenance for the truck, gas, and his check still came out to $0. Canales' paycheck stub from early March shows that he worked a 48-hour work week. It also shows a total of $710.96 in company deductions for truck fuel, license fee, liability, and rental of the truck itself. Requests for an interview with Pacer's parent company, XPO Logistics, were declined. Instead, a written statement provided by a Pacer spokesman says their company believes the vast majority of drivers value the significant benefits of operating independently. On Tuesday night, disruption from picketing at Evergreen Terminal in the Port of Los Angeles prompted Evergreen to turn away trucks hauling for the targeted companies. Monica Lopez, Workers Independent News, Long Beach.
More than 5,000 RNs will strike 8 California hospitals tomorrow and May 1st. The nurses' strike is focused on calling for safe staffing levels, as well as implementing steps to retain experienced RNs. The nurses say management demands for cuts in health coverage for RNs and their families is also a major concern of the striking nurses. The strike starts Thursday at Kaiser Permanente's Los Angeles Medical Center. 2,200 University of Connecticut graduate assistants overwhelmingly ratified their first union contract as United Auto Workers members. GEU UAW says the contract improved health benefits with no premium increase, provides relief from hundreds of dollars per year in mandatory student fees, hikes wages by 9.3% over 3 years, and provides 6 weeks of paid maternity leave. The new UAW contract with UConn also provides child care subsidies and includes gender identity or expression as a protected non-discrimination category. The contract also provides an expedited grievance procedure in cases where loss of a job may jeopardize the visa status of graduate assistants.
Workers Independent News is brought to you with support from Union-Owned Bank of Labor, a division of Brotherhood Bank and Trust, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender, doing whatever it takes to meet your business lending needs for new construction, remodeling, or building training facilities. Online at bankoflabor.com.
You've been listening to WIN, Workers Independent News. For more information, visit laborradio.org.
George, thanks for taking time for us, and we will bang right through it, all right?
Okay.
I will oppose the Colombia Free Trade Agreement. I want Congress to pass a set of trade deals. Send a message to Congress to come to an agreement on trade deals.
'Cause they're selling make-believe and we don't buy that. 'Cause in the real world, they're shutting Detroit down.
Well, that is the truth. Not just Detroit. I mean, you throw that. I used to live in Allentown, and look at what they've done to Bethlehem Steel. You look at all of the manufacturing that we used to have in this country, and a lot of it are insane trade deals. Comes back down to the policies that we see put forth in front of us by, I sat 20 feet from candidate Obama when you heard the clip there. You can trust me. No Colombia, Panama, chorus. And then President Obama comes around, and what do we got? We got Colombia, Panama, and chorus, and kicking our behinds at it as well. So that's why I'm kind of frustrated with this talk about the Trans-Pacific Partnership Free Trade Agreement, and more importantly, the Fast Track Authority. Look, if it went through Congress, it went through us looking at it, knowing what's in it, and it got voted through, that I could deal with. This backroom kind of dealing stuff, 600 corporate trade advisors, what we used to call lobbyists, I got a serious problem with it. And here to talk a little bit about it, I've asked George Piasecki. He's with the United Steelworkers, their state rapid response coordinator here for Pennsylvania. George, thanks for taking time for us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I look at this and it just seems like as Yogi Berra said, it's like deja vu all over again. Here we are right back in the 90s, hearing the same bad messaging, the same nonsense. Only this time, I think we know better, right?
Exactly. I mean, there hasn't been one trade deal that's ever produced any jobs here in the United States. Well, we keep hemorrhaging jobs every time these trade deals get signed into law. The biggest concern we have right now is stopping this fast track, because as you said, there's no congressional oversight, no public hearings, no debate, and you can't amend. It's just an up or down vote through Congress. And we're urging all of our members of Congress to don't give up their constitutional responsibility. They got elected to amend, debate these issues on the floor, and that's what we want to say.
Yesterday on the program, we talked about the letter that Elizabeth Warren and Sherrod Brown sent to the president saying, look, you said that if we disagree, come over and take a look at it. And when we walk over and look at it, we can't talk about it. We can't tell anyone about it. It's illegal for anyone, the press, it's experts, anyone to come out and talk about this stuff. Because it is all done in this really secretive backroom kind of way.
Exactly. And it's not just a labor issue. We had a town hall meeting last night, and we had members from the community, the religious sector, human rights groups. It's about everything across the board, our environment, food safety. If this fast track goes through, TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, is a done deal. That's the largest agreement ever negotiated, and it encompasses 40% of the world's economy. So it's dangerous.
And the other thing about this is it's not only about trade. In fact, I don't even know how much of this is really about trade. It's more about insulating the wealth class and the corporate class from the rest of us. I mean, it takes local control away. No more, as I understand this, no more Buy American provisions. So no more saying that, if we're going to build a bridge in our backyard, we've got to have, X amount of content made here in the U.S. To me, I think people need to hear that stuff.
That's correct. I'll give you an example, just like in the Korea Free Trade Agreement. They promised so many jobs, and we lost. I think 70,000 jobs were promised. Instead, we lost over 60,000. And a lot of those jobs had to do with the rules of origin, like you said, which regulates the domestic content provisions in that agreement. In the Korea Free Trade Agreement, it was 35%, which meant 35% of, say, an automobile had to be made in Korea. The other 65% could be made in low-wage countries like China, Vietnam, wherever. Vietnam, they pay their workers 56 cents an hour. No environmental regulations, no health and safety standards. It's crazy.
So let me ask you this.
In the auto supply chain, steel, rubber, plastics, glass, electronics. I mean, it just killed us.
Yeah. Let me
ask
you this.
First year alone, exports fell to 8.3%, while imports from Korea rose 40%. That's just in the first year of that agreement.
Right. You said something there that I wanted to go back and touch on. You said that 35% of an automobile could be made in Korea, domestic content. Is there anything that said 35% of it at least had to be made in the U.S.?
No, 35% in Korea.
So we made a trade agreement that said our trading partners get to mandate that at least some of the work stay, but we didn't?
That's correct. NAFTA actually wasn't a bad deal when you look at it, because at least back then they said 62.5% had to be made in Mexico, Canada, or United States. So that provision just keeps dropping down and down. We don't know what it is in this Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement because, like you said, it's negotiated behind closed doors.
Wow. So in that frame, when the president said he was going to renegotiate NAFTA as a candidate, maybe we should have asked if it was going to get better or worse.
Exactly.
So in looking at this, and and again, here we are again in this moment where the wealth class and the corporate media has been basically a blackout. But the wealth class and those folks are saying this is going to be great. It's good for business. It's good for exports. And yet, if you have no manufacturing base, what good is an export if you have no manufacturing?
Exactly. And some of the issues too, like with our health is at risk by allowing unregulated food products into our country, such as the seafood from Malaysia, where contaminants and toxic chemicals have been found in the seafood. Under the TPP, we cannot hold these imported foods to U.S. safety standards. And in Vietnam, they have shrimp farms that are farmed in pools of waste. So do you want to eat shrimp farmed in a pool of waste? I don't think so.
Yeah, that again, I think most people, when you hear about all this stuff, and the sad reality is we're just not hearing enough about it, which is why I think we need to be debating these things openly and in public. And talking about all of this stuff because there's so much to this that we don't know. And when you start laying this stuff out that we're lowering our standards, and I know from China, for instance, we inspect less than 1% of the stuff that comes in here. So even if we had some standards, we're just not even enforcing them either.
Exactly.
So what do we do? I mean, here in Pennsylvania, I look at NAFTA, we've lost, thousands of jobs because of NAFTA. We've lost jobs. In fact, right now we're losing jobs because of Chorus out in the western part of the state. U.S. Steel's shutting down one of their tubular steel plants because, the South Koreans are dumping into our backyard. What do we do here in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, that's just a big problem. I mean, we got to level the playing field and change these trade laws. Like our international president said, Leo Gerard, we have to lose in order to win. We have to show that we have job loss and the companies are losing profit in order to win these trade cases. By then, it's over. We've lost the jobs.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, I go back to when the steelworkers put the trade case out against the tire companies and won and were right. The companies didn't want to bring the jobs back. They were happy moving overseas and cutting their labor costs and leaving this country and then being able to dump their products back in here to harm the people who wanted to stay.
Well, again, they got to close the loopholes for outsourcing our jobs overseas and incentivize corporations to keep their jobs here in America.
Now, there's none of that, as you understand, because look, none of us have read the TPP because it's secretive. You have to be one of the 600 corporate trade advisors, CEOs. You have to be one of those who actually read the actual document. All we get are what's been leaked, and what I'm seeing, what's leaked, not good.
No, especially when you were alluding to the ISDS, the Investor-to-State Dispute Settlement, where a foreign entity can sue our government at the state, federal, or local level if it believes that its future or expected profits are at stake. That's just insane. And like you said, that it's not going through our judicial system, but rather a tribunal of corporate attorneys.
Yeah, but
attorneys that rotate.
But that's not new, George. I mean, that
Oh, I know,
NAFTA.
but the problem is, in the last 25 to 30 years, there's only been 50 cases under ISDS. And since 2014, there's been 350. So if this trade agreement goes in effect, that's going to escalate even more.
Right. And then we, the taxpayers, we're going to be on the hook for a whole load of guaranteed profits. And that's the part that gets me. We're doing all of this stuff for Wall Street to, look, I understand the whole argument, the reason that we tax a little bit lower is because, there's all this risk, but there doesn't seem to be any risk on Wall Street or investing for the wealth class of this country because they make themselves loopholes on the domestic front. And now this ISDS on the global front, there's no risk left for them. It's us who's picking up the risk.
That's right. No risk, all reward for them.
How do I get a gig like that? How do we get a gig like that, George?
Must be nice.
And the frustrating part of me is I think they think we're stupid, that, oh yeah, we're just going to go along with it because we need the jobs. At some point, don't we have to? And look, I'm not an isolationist, but I am a protectionist. I do believe we need to protect the home front. When I leave my house, I lock the door. I didn't put a big giant moat around my house, but I do lock the door. And I think we need to start thinking in those terms again. We need to be thinking about our own backyard instead of going, wow, it's a national security thing now, George, because we're going to take on China. Well, we should have taken on China already.
Well, until this issue gets the news media's attention and lets people know what's really going on, I mean, we're going to struggle with this issue because, half of our members, let alone more than half of the country, don't understand this or know what's going on behind these bad trade deals.
So what do we tell them? I mean, because this is a really complex issue
We're doing our best. The steelworkers are to get the message out through our Rapid Response Program, through Amy Conahan, through the PA Fair Trade Coalition, and different community groups and other affiliates, as well as the AFL-CIO, to try to spread our message to our members to get out to their communities, their neighbors, their friends, and their families, and let them know how important this is, that they're not only their jobs are at stake, their communities are at stake as well.
Yeah, I mean, I look at some of these areas that were devastated when factories maybe you can corroborate this. I read something not too long ago that said, since NAFTA, we've lost something like 60,000 manufacturing facilities that used to employ more than 500 people, 500 or more, like 60,000 of them. I mean, that is a staggering number.
Since 2001, 60,000 manufacturing facilities have closed, and we lost over 6 million jobs. That's just since 2001.
And
so, like I said, this agreement is going to be the largest agreement negotiated with 11 other countries besides the United States. So all they're going to do is keep shopping for the cheapest labor where there's no regulations.
And that doesn't bode well for a working class that's struggling to keep up as it is. And, I got to wonder, how much worse does this get? And the other part, as pointed out in the letter from Elizabeth Warren and Senator Brown, this isn't just about this agreement, because we're talking about fast track authority, giving this president fast track authority, but just not him, potentially the next two, because as I understand it, this vote on fast track runs through 2021, which means that the next two presidential cycles could give someone fast track authority to not only have this one, but also the transatlantic, and who knows what else they dream up.
Exactly. But I think this is a must. This fast track got to be stopped as the first step in order to stop in TPP. Because if we don't stop fast track, they're going to get TPP, and we can't have that.
Now,
we're just going to hemorrhage jobs.
Right. Now, as the rapid response coordinator for all congressional districts here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who are our friends, who are our allies, who are the ones that we need to be calling and saying, look, you need to get on the right side of this, or we're going to remember this come election time. Because I think another one of these moments where you better remember which guy voted for and which guy voted against us and our jobs. I think this is huge right now.
Well, all the Democrats in the House are with us at this point. We have, I believe, 6 Republicans out of the 18 congressional districts are opposing it, and we have 7 that are supporting it. Now, the scary thing, the R's that are supporting this, I'm just worried that if they address some of the human rights violations and some of these agreements, that may pacify them to think they could pacify labor by doing that. But the problem with that is they're not enforceable, no matter how much they try to tweak the human rights issues that are concerning us. How are you going to enforce it? So a lot of that is unenforceable. So that worries me a little bit. But you have Tim Murphy and Scott Perry is right now opposed to it, which is good for us. Marino and Thompson is opposed, which is good for us. So
Scott Perry's opposed to it.
It's a bipartisan issue. That's what he told us in Washington, and we just had a meeting. Our congressional coordinator, Mike Straussbaugh, met with him yesterday at a meeting, and he said he's still opposed to it, and he hasn't reviewed the entire text at this point in time, but he said that as of right now, he is opposed to TPA.
Interesting, because I've always but then again, I guess he is one of the Tea Party congressmen, because you go back to 2010, and when I would go to the Tea Party rallies and the things that would go on, they were vehemently anti-NAFTA. At least the people you met on the ground. They were the folks who were saying, it's these kind of trade agreements that have killed the working class of this country and harmed our ability to make a living and all of that. And, that's where I've been kind of looking at this, George, going, there's got to be a natural ally of sane, rational Democrats and some of these crazy right-wing Tea Party people who see trade as good, but not this style. As opposed to the Republicans who are and the corporate Democrats who are gonna side with this.
Exactly, and like you go back to your point about democracy. I mean, the Tea Party guys got to look at this as giving up. Their congressman is giving up their constitutional responsibility and authority by signing on to this fast track. I mean, they're going to give this to the president, but yet they won't give him the hand to negotiate health care.
Yeah.
Immigration, the nuke deal, but yet go ahead and negotiate our trade deals. That's just insane.
It is insane. Because I've been saying, what the interesting thing to watch as this vote happens is, especially on the Republican side and the far fringe of the Republican Party, is their disdain for the black guy in the White House greater than their love of the green that corporate America gives them. So it'll be very interesting to see where those votes come down.
Exactly.
So
we're constantly putting pressure on all members of Congress to try to get them on board and do the right thing for their communities, for our workforce, and for the environment, and for food safety. So we're going to keep knocking on doors and do what we need to do till we beat this back.
Outstanding. How do you see this playing out here in the next couple of weeks? Do you see this happening before their recess, or will we have a chance to beat them up when they get home in town hall meetings?
Yeah, I think that we're going to have a chance to beat them up a little bit when they go into recess. I believe May 2nd they go into recess, so I think we'll be able to catch them back in their districts and be able to put a little more pressure on them. So we got a lot of events scheduled in the next coming weeks, and hopefully, like I said, the pressure helps and they do the right thing.
Yeah, I hope so as well. And it's folks like you on the ground. It's people like our listeners who are going to be calling them and keeping their feet to the fire, because at the end of the day, this passes through. You got to remember who voted for it, and you reward the people who voted against it by voting them back in. But I got to tell you, this right now is the time, because I don't want to be 5 years down the line going, we lost another 5, 6, 10 million jobs. We should have stopped it. We got to stop it now.
Yeah, we can't afford to lose any more jobs.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. George, I appreciate you taking time for us. Great talking with you. Keep up the fight.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me.
All righty, George Piasecki, Steelworkers State's Rapid Response Coordinator for all the congressional districts here in Pennsylvania. Going to take a quick break. Right back after this. Stick around. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
Exposing that free trade is never free. The Rick Smith Show.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1894. A group of 400 to 500 unemployed men marched down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the U.S. Capitol. In a buggy at the front of the march rode Jacob Coxey. The march had been Coxey's idea. He was the owner of a sand quarry in Massillon, Ohio. Although he himself was a wealthy man, he had become incensed at the government's failure to address the nation's growing unemployment crisis. The Panic of 1893 had sent unemployment skyrocketing to 18%. Coxey called for a national march of unemployed workers to demand for a public works project. He declared it the Army of the Commonwealth of Christ. Across the nation, men took up the call. It's estimated that 20,000 workers set out for Washington, D.C., but not everyone made it that far. Workers from Portland, Oregon were arrested and sent home when they commandeered a train for the journey. It took the marchers from Ohio 5 weeks to arrive, but just as they approached the Capitol, a line of more than 1,000 police officers and their destination. As the soldiers drew closer, leapt from his buggy and jumped over a fence onto the Capitol grounds to begin his speech. But before he finished, he was arrested for walking on the grass. He served 20 days in jail. With his arrest, the movement disbanded. Although the government refused to listen to Coxey's message, it was covered widely by the press. The march brought attention to the plight of the unemployed. 50 years to the day when he was arrested, a 90-year-old Coxey returned to the Capitol. He had finally the opportunity to deliver the full speech he had prepared in his fight for working people. Labor History in 2 brought to you by the Illinois Labor History Society and The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to laborhistoryin2.com, like us on Facebook, and follow us on the Twitters at laborhistoryin2. Welcome back to The Rick Smith Show. Check out the website, thericksmithshow.com. Questions, comments, something on your mind, you can email me, Rick, at thericksmithshow.com. Again, I look at this trade issue, and I think Bernie Sanders, who is now in, and I got to tell you, thrilled to hear that Bernie is in, going to run for president, going to at least start talking about this and force the mainstream corporate-controlled media to cover him because people want this. I mean, and really what will be very telling is how the media and how the corporate structure handles Bernie, who is somebody who's going to go out there and say what's on his mind and point out that, our trade deals are disastrous and unfair. And as he said yesterday, the function of these trade agreements is to force American workers to compete against desperate people in low-income nations. He went on to say, for corporate America, it's a great idea. You can continue to shut down plants in America, move to Vietnam and hire hardworking people there at 56 cents an hour. And this is what this stuff comes down to. Nobody's against trading. Nobody. So anybody who says, Rick Smith is against he's against trade. I'm against this idiotic free trade nonsense because there's no such thing. What this is it's about rigging the game. Rigging the game for them opposed to the rest of us. It's about the oligarchies. It's about the wealth class having complete and total control, not just here in the U.S., because they've got it here. It's globally. It's about the global investor class going, you know what? We don't need countries anymore. Because now we've got one world corporate rule. And, Sanders went after Obama for, saying that anyone who's against the TPP is dishonest. He says, I agree with the president on a number of issues, but on trade, he is dead wrong. Sanders said he is following in the footsteps of George W. Bush. He's following in the footsteps of Bill Clinton, of Bush 1, of Ronald Reagan. And you go back and you think about it, because we've seen this. For those of us who are a little older, and I'm in my late 40s, I lived through this era of talking about opening borders for business and really tearing down the borders to capital. Because before the whole neoliberal trade stuff came up, you had very, very high borders for moving money around. If you move money out of a country, you had to pay a stiff penalty. Call it a tax, call it a tariff, call it whatever you want, but you had to pay to move that money around. You couldn't do what they did in 2001 in Argentina. You couldn't have it because you had barriers erected to make sure that capital didn't flee. For those who don't know, Argentina after 9/11 basically collapsed because all of the hot money freaked out and left. And they basically left the entire country going, where'd everything go? And what I love about the story in Argentina, the workers picked themselves up by their bootstraps, did what good conservatives would tell them to do. They broke into the factories and got them running again. They started up supply chains. They got businesses moving for themselves in cooperative fashion. We didn't need the corporate oligarchs to come in with and get things moving. They did it themselves. And then after they got everything running, back came the oligarchs saying, we want our stuff back. We want our businesses back. Thank you for running them while we were on vacation and running away. It's just amazing to me how in my lifetime, the sentiment has completely changed away from a worker-centric environment like my grandparents' generation built to now we need Wall Street. Everything Wall Street wants. Whatever you want, Wall Street, here, take it. I mean, it's nuts to me. Anyway, Bernie, after naming off, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, he says, and these presidents have told us how great trade would be, how many jobs NAFTA would create, and how many jobs permanent normal trade relations with China would create. He said, well, you know what? It didn't quite work out. What in fact turned out is we lost millions of decent paying jobs. And, I remember, for years saying, NAFTA brought us a southern border full of desperate workers who were just thrilled to take our jobs. And it wasn't because, we're going to take those Americans' jobs. They were saying, hey, how can we support our families? Because go back and think about NAFTA. And the thing that sticks with me the most is, in order for Mexico to sign on, they had to change their constitution. They actually had to imagine how we would react to a trade agreement that said, you know what, you have to change your constitution. You have to actually go into your document and change it. Because in Mexico, their constitution granted a bit of land to every community so that they could farm and they could feed themselves at the community level. Now, you could argue it was corrupt and you could argue a whole bunch of things, but it guaranteed that on the local level, there was some control of land locally. Well, that unfair trade barrier. Can't have that. So we forced them to change their constitution. Because as soon as the borders opened, the floodgates just bowled over the entire farming community in Mexico. Because our agribusiness, you give them credit, they have figured out how to mechanize and to produce at just amazing rates. And not to mention that we subsidize the agricultural industry at oh my goodness rates. They were able to buy corn products in Mexico from us cheaper than they could probably buy the seeds to plant it themselves. So it crushed their entire agricultural community, which then sent those people going to where the jobs would be, which were the maquiladoras on the northern border of Mexico, southern border of the U.S. But guess what? There weren't enough jobs to go around. So what you did is you created desperation right there in that area, which forced wages down through the ground. And we knew this was going to happen. There were people saying it was going to happen. So we knew. So you got all these people pushing to the northern border of Mexico going, this is the last job. These are the last hope we can get. Maybe we can make some money and send it back home. And guess what? No job. So you got the choice of stay here, be homeless and starve to death, or we cross a desert and hope that we can find a crummy job in the U.S. that's going to pay us below minimum wage and treat us like criminals so that we can support our kids back home, all because of a trade agreement. So all of these idiots go, we need borders, we need fences, we need electric fences, we need soldiers on the border. What we need are sane, rational trade agreements. To me, that's the answer. That's what we need. We don't need any more fences. We don't need electrified borders. We don't need soldiers shoulder to shoulder with rifles. We need sane trade policies. Because like it or not, the people who are coming here for one reason: the opportunity to make a living, the opportunity to feed their kids, the opportunity to not be exploited. And I got to be honest, I'm frustrated by all of this talk of these trade agreements because we've seen this before. And really, it all started back in the late 70s. This whole we can lift all of these third world countries out of poverty by giving them jobs. We can let U.S. companies go in there, and this was the 60s and 70s. We'll let U.S. companies, because they're smarter, they'll go in and they'll do what they've done here. Only they didn't do what they've done here. They didn't create broad prosperity and shared wealth. What they did is they said, hey, we can take these jobs that we're paying those union members a living wage. We can take them over to these desperate countries, get these people to work for barely enough to survive on, and they'll be happy to do it and work their behinds off for it. And then we can ship those goods back here, and those people will borrow, we'll give them credit cards instead of pay raises, and then we can cash in on both ends. We get cheaper wages, they buy our stuff, and they take it out on credit cards so we can charge them interest on what a great idea. Them. For you, me, not so much. And then we throw in the wages are falling, so mom's got to get into the workforce. And now you've got more competition. And don't forget, we're going to automate, and we're going to fund corporations to upgrade their machinery and give them tax breaks. I mean, that's how dumb we as a working class in this country are. We literally gave corporations tax breaks so they would reinvest in equipment, thinking that they were going to reinvest in basically the same kind of equipment that they had and keep the same number of workers. But guess what? They didn't. What they did is they automated, and now they don't need workers. I mean, you look at the one Amazon plant in the area, doesn't have hardly anyone working there. It's all done by robots. The pickers, because I used to work in a hardware store. It was a big hardware store chain, and I used to work in their distribution center. And they had people who would go around with these totes, and they would pick, okay, he wants a screwdriver, and okay, he wants, a spigot, and okay, he wants, a PVC elbow, and they'd throw all this stuff into this tote bin, and they would ship it off to the guy who wants it, and he'd get his little things. Guy was making decent money. He had a little health care, a little pension, made enough to live on. What they've done is they've upgraded away from him or her, because there are a lot of women doing it, to these robots who now do it 24/7 without the need of a break, without the need of health care, without the need of a retirement, without the need of food or housing or any of that stuff. So we, and I love this, we funded our own demise. We handed corporate America what they wanted in the way of tax breaks and sweeteners and all of that. And in the end, it bit us, just like these trade deals. Yet to have anyone say, what's really great in these trade deals for you workers is blah. Because there's no blah there. There's nothing there that says this is good for we, the working people. There's a lot in there for the investors. There's a lot in there for corporate America. There's a lot in there for our oligarchs. Not much for you and me. Which is why when Ron Kirk, the trade advisor at the time, when asked if they could do this in public, said no. This type of agreement could never be hashed out in public because it would be too unpopular. And, again, I'm not going to wait till I see what's in it because I'm going to love it because I don't already. So right now is the time we stop this. Right now is the time we put our foot down. And I got to be honest, I'm fairly surprised at what George Piasecki said about Scott Perry. All of the bad things I've said about Scott Perry, I mean. But on this case, if he is truly against it, good on him. Good on him. Let's take a quick break right back after this. Stick around. You listen to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
Public liberty, someday, somewhere. Today's empires, tomorrow's ashes.
Exposing that free trade is never free. The Rick Smith Show.
As more and more people are fleeing their homes to set up camp outside, you can see how they're living in temporary accommodation, using anything they can to find some kind of protection.
Devastation in Nepal after massive earthquake. March 2015, the hottest March on record. Sardines crash in the Pacific, plus
They're seeing hotter temperatures. They're seeing longer droughts. They are seeing the impacts of the changing climate.
fighting climate change with the power of poo.
All of those fights and more straight ahead from BradBlog.com. I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
Stand by for 6 minutes of independent green news, politics, analysis, and snarky comment.
California is bone dry. It looked like a trailer for the new Mad Max movie up in there.
Yep, it do. This is your Green News Report. Okay, Desi Doyen, we're out here in California, out here in Los Angeles. It do look like a Mad Max movie. It is bone dry at this time, and we're in, where are we, April at this point, and it's already hitting 90 degrees again. It's unbelievable what's going on, and there seems to be no relief in sight.
And it's not your imagination, but we'll have more about that in just a moment.
Well, I know it's not my imagination. It's hot.
But first, international rescue and relief efforts continue amid widespread devastation in Nepal, where a massive 7.8 earthquake and multiple large aftershocks hit near the capital city of Kathmandu on Saturday. More than 5,000 now confirmed dead, 6,000 to 7,000 injured. The aftershocks are complicating rescue and relief efforts, reports BBC correspondent Justin Rowlett in the middle of an aftershock.
The earth is trembling again now, and the earth is is really moving now. As you can see, everyone's running through the streets. It's actually quite hard to balance. Looking up at the buildings, worried that the buildings will fall again, because of course it's not actually the earthquakes that kill. Whoa, it's the falling buildings.
And that is exactly what earthquake experts warned about in Kathmandu just last week. They were there for a meeting to help the government prepare for this very scenario, warning of the massive risk created by the combination of rapid urban growth and weak-to-know building codes. But time was not on their side, and resilient infrastructure is a hedge against the impact of natural disasters like floods and earthquakes, and that can tip entire countries into destabilization.
So this is something that had been warned about for a
Yes.
long time, and nothing was done. They expected this to happen and failed to take action. Sounds disturbingly familiar, I'm sorry to say.
Meanwhile, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has announced that March 2015 was officially the hottest March on record globally. But it was even hotter in California. The first 3 months of this
See,
year...
I told you it was hot in California. I
That's-
knew that in advance.
That's right. The first 3 months of this year in California, the average temperature was over 7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than average, beating last year's record by 2 degrees and intensifying California's historic drought. And now that drought has spread to Washington state. Washington Governor Jay Inslee has declared an official drought emergency for nearly half of Washington.
I'll tell you what, all you climate change deniers out there, you deny to your heart's content. Wait until the drought comes to you, because it's coming. It's coming across the country. If the scientists are right about this, this could be a mega drought. It starts here in California, but it is spreading. Just saying.
Now, we've reported previously on the epidemic of starving baby sea lions washing up on West Coast beaches, and now we know why. Populations of their primary food source, sardines, have crashed more than 90% in just 7 years. That's due to overfishing and shifting ocean conditions. U.S. regulators finally listened to fisheries biologists and have canceled this year's commercial fishing season for sardines to give the species a chance to recover. Meanwhile, severe weather costs the U.S. economy as much as $33 billion a year in damages. And now the U.S. Department of Agriculture is launching a broad new initiative to help farmers and ranchers build resilience and fight climate change. In a telephone press conference, Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack said farmers are already feeling the impacts of global warming.
They're seeing hotter temperatures. They're seeing longer droughts. They're seeing more frequent floods. They are seeing the impacts of a changing climate, and they understand and appreciate the need to adapt and mitigate.
Now, one big part of this broad new initiative will harness the power of poo, specifically helping farmers to build biodigesters. These are tanks that capture methane from the millions of gallons of manure generated every day by U.S. herds, and that can be burned to generate electricity and income for the farms. It's part of a whole new broad, comprehensive plan that will cut emissions and help farmers, ranchers, and forest managers earn money.
Yeah, but you're covering it because this is a story about poo, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you love these poo stories. I don't know why. For much more on that story and the ones we couldn't get to, or I refuse to get to, please check out our website at greennews.bradblog.com. Don't forget you can download our reports anytime via iTunes, Stitcher, or TuneIn. Find us and follow us on the Facebook and the Twitters at Green News Report. From bradblog.com, I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
And this has been your Green News Report.
That smell. Can't you smell that smell? Ooh, that smell. The smell gets around.
The most important issues of the day. This is the Rick Smith Show.
I'm still happy. It's a good day in America. I feel like those old Ronald Reagan commercials. It's morning again in America, because there's actually somebody going to run for president that I go, you know what? He's like me. He actually thinks like I do. I am so thrilled Bernie Sanders is in. I haven't been in my entire life happy to see anyone jump into the presidential race like I am happy to see Bernie. So I'm thrilled and looking forward to the now really in big terms this electoral process. I'm just thrilled. Anyway, let's find out what's going on around the world there in Washington, D.C. And, of course, the big news on Bernie in. Victoria Jones, Talk Radio News Service. Victoria, thanks for taking time for us.
Thank you.
Bernie's in. Thrilled.
Bernie is in. He is holding a press conference today somewhere on Capitol Hill. There's a bit of a challenge with it because it might be a bit illegal.
What?
Yes, because of where he's been trying to hold it.
Oh.
Yes, because you see, you can't campaign in certain places. So he had to move it. And then there was a question of even where he'd moved it to, whether that was illegal too. So it's all a bit interesting. And I don't know where it's being held ultimately. Maybe in a toilet. I don't know.
Maybe in a secret bunker somewhere.
Maybe a bunker. I don't know, but anyway, it is being held. He is in it to win it, and but he gave an interview to the Associated Press. Who else yesterday? And said that look, I'm in, and he promised to fight what he deems obscene levels of income disparity and a campaign finance system that's a real disgrace.
So where was he trying to hold it? Was it in the White House?
No, I mean, you see, on there. I mean, it might be hard to accept that there genuinely are ethics rules on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, okay, I get that. Where was he trying to hold it?
Well, he was trying to hold it. Hang on, he was trying to hold it at the Senate Radio TV gallery.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Can't do that. Yeah. That walks a fine line. You can't campaign in the Capitol Congress. So 2 hours before it was scheduled to start, they announced a location change. It would be held outside the Capitol in the Senate swamp. But from a rules standpoint, the swamps know better.
Right.
The swamp can only be reserved by members of Congress, not public demonstrators or candidates.
Why didn't you do it in Burlington?
Well, he's not in Burlington. He's in Washington right now.
Well, you take him to Burlington, and you campaign right where you started. He was the mayor of Burlington.
Exactly.
For
you go
years.
up to Burlington for the morning and then come back. So I don't know. So he's not in the Senate Radio TV gallery. He's not swamping it. So I don't know. As I said, could be a toilet. I don't know where it, outside John. I don't know where it's going to be ultimately. I don't know.
I saw a couple of interviews with him recently, and as I said earlier, he combed his hair, so I knew right then that was the signal.
And that's a shame.
He's running for president because every time I've ever seen him, and I've got pictures of him with my kids, and he was just in town here in February, so we had a nice little encounter there. But he always looked kind of disheveled.
He always looks like he's been pulled through a head.
Exactly. So the last couple of times I've seen him, he was actually looking like someone was saying, "Hey, we're going to get you a stylist to come along and take care of your grooming needs." Which was, I said, he's got to be in because of that.
I just think there's something lovable about the hedge look.
Yeah, I do too. He looks like most of us, we're too busy to, sometimes, just the fingers through the hair is enough.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it would play on television to people who don't already know him. That's
Right.
the thing.
And that's the thing. I mean, he doesn't have outside of the people like me, because he was the very first guest we ever had on this program.
Wow.
Almost 10 years ago. It was, it was Labor Day 2005. And Bernie was the first guy that we had a chance to talk to. And he was just a congressman then, but still, talking the same stuff that he's talking about now. So he's really been that champion of the working class of this country. In fact, yesterday we were just joking about it. I go, one of his idols, or one of the people that he talks about, is Eugene V. Debs. And, Debs ran for president from prison. And I go, wouldn't it be perfect if they locked Bernie up?
It would be ideal. Well, I mean, people who know him say that his stump speech has not changed in 30 years.
Nope.
That you could take a yellow legal pad from the 1980s, and if you found one with the speech on, you could just hand it to him and say, "Here, Bernie."
Because he's been right, and that's what I've been saying. This last decade. The reality is the guy was right, and if you're right, you're right. The hope now is that the rest of us who are complaining about a political system that doesn't value we, the working people of this country, now you've got a guy who, honestly and truthfully, he's the epitome of the working class politician.
So we'll see how he does. I mean, if nothing else politically, he's going to force Hillary Clinton to move to the left and to hone her political skills.
Yeah. And maybe by pushing this in, maybe fiddle with that TPP thing.
That's a possibility. Although Paul Ryan, the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, thinks that Congress is going to pass fast track authority for the president.
Great. So I guess their love of money is much more than their disdain for the black guy in the White House then.
Well, I have to be fair to Paul Ryan. I don't think he has any disdain for President Obama on those grounds.
Well, not just him. I'm talking about the entire Republican caucus, all of them.
I think there may be Republicans who do have disdain on those grounds, but I don't think Paul Ryan is one of them. I just have to be fair.
No, and that's you're supposed to. You're the journalist here,
right? But no, I just genuinely don't think that that's Paul Ryan's thing. I think Paul Ryan's thing is fiscal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's a fiscaler.
Yeah, let's beat up on the poor people so we can give more money to the wealthy. I get that, of course.
He has his own thing.
He's got his gig.
He's a fiscaler and he's a fitnesser.
Exactly. And I wish I had the time. But I look at this, and there are some in the Republican Party that no matter what Obama throws out, they're against it. So I'm surprised. And for me, the interesting part was going to be the people who are horribly against Obamacare and don't want Obama meddling with healthcare or meddling with really anything. Will give him fast track authority to hammer through a free trade agreement.
Well,
I just find that interesting.
It is surprising because there are apparently there were reported to be about 75 Republicans who might oppose the bill for those very reasons, because it is President Obama. But Democrats are saying that maybe 12 to 20 Democrats might support the bill. So if Ryan is saying 75 Republicans, it's not true. There's less than that. So they think they may be able to cobble together a coalition who would pass it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to get the corporatists, and as I've been saying, it's about the money. So we'll see where their allegiance lie. Pretty simple to me, but to me, I'm hoping that we eventually come to some bit of sanity here in the country and push back, because we've seen this movie. NAFTA was bad, and as I'm told, the TPP will be much worse.
All right. You wouldn't know, would you?
Yeah, well, let's move along. I understand jobless benefits down to a 15-year low now. The guy must be doing something right, or something's going right.
It's interesting. Now, of course, we are expecting the jobs report tomorrow, but the number of Americans filing new claims tumbled to a 15-year low last week. So we don't have the full month yet, but last week. And consumer spending rose in March. So they think that there's a good signs that the economy is regaining momentum. As you know, the first quarter was pretty bad.
Right. Because it snowed.
Well,
lots of snow.
Snow. It's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But initial claims for state unemployment benefits fell 34,000 to a seasonally adjusted 262,000 for the week ended April 25th. It's the lowest reading since April 2000.
Right. No, and it's good stuff. But what's frustrating to me is I'm tired of I just read something the other day. Consumer confidence is down. I said, now jobs are up. It's all of this mixed messaging that, you go, at some point, can we just, why don't we just do this every once in a while? Why does it have to be like the horse race that we've made everything into? Because like I said, I just read, consumer confidence is down. The economy's in the toilet. Now I see jobless claims, lowest in 15 years.
Well, what I got yesterday when I read the Wall Street Journal and some of the grown-up papers out of the Fed meeting,
okay,
was that they were not particularly concerned by the 0.2% growth long term, and the Fed 2-day meeting was that, and yes, they're not going to raise interest rates probably until the fall. Was that they feel that consumer confidence is coming back. They feel all these things are improving, and that things are basically getting better slowly throughout the year. So they saw slow growth coming throughout the year, throughout the next 3 to 6 to 9 months.
Right.
So people looking at the long view felt far more slowly confident, if you like, not people looking at the day to day.
I think it was David Ricardo who said, in the long run, we're all dead. So there you go. But hey, good. I'm thrilled. The big boy paper says which part of the big boy paper did you read? Did you read the news part or the editorial part? Because the editorial part.
I always read the news part.
Okay, because the editorial part not so good.
I always read the news part.
All right, and finally, did Freddie Gray did he sever his own spine in the back of the van there?
No, there's two interesting things coming out. One is that a previously unknown stop on this trip has now been revealed, by the way, on this police van trip, which has come out. And no, it doesn't look so that he severed his own spine. And somebody leaked this police document to the Washington Post, claiming that Freddie Gray was trying to hurt himself inside the police van. But it's interesting because that it happened minutes after he asked for medical assistance. Before the second prisoner was even in the police van, Freddie Gray asked the police for medical assistance. Then shortly after that, this second prisoner gets in the van. So why would a man who had just asked for help then try to hurt himself? Is it possible that when he didn't get assistance, he tries to get attention the only way he knows how, which is by banging on the wall?
Right. No, that's what I thought as well. Or, as the police were taking the corners at 90 miles an hour and shaking the wheel and bouncing them around back and forth, which, look, I've been on those rides in the past. Nothing fun about that.
No, but I find it very interesting that another stop has been found out, and that stop apparently was found out because of a private camera.
Wow.
Which filmed it.
So,
and so that sounds to me like not that the police those 6 police officers who've been suspended were particularly forthcoming, but that a private camera filmed that stop and somehow it's come out.
So will we find another private camera where they beat him up and broke his spine? I don't know. I don't know. And this whole thing is really just frustrating to me. And I look at what we've allowed to happen to our police departments with all this militarization and really the dividing from the community, and something has to change. I got pulled over not too long ago, and the guy, he came out of the car looking like he was in Afghanistan.
Really?
It's one of those things where, it's not Barney Five anymore. We've now got Rambo patrolling our streets looking for people who aren't stopping long enough at a stop sign.
I make a point of stopping at stop signs.
I do too. But I don't sit there and, I don't use a calendar to decide how long I stop.
Well, I've started counting.
Good for you. But the law doesn't say I have to stop.
No, it doesn't. But I'm making a point now of counting and looking in the mirror.
Wow.
Because I'm nervous.
Yeah. See, why are you nervous? You nervous of getting pulled over, or just nervous of getting a ticket?
Both.
Okay. See, that's a problem. See, because I never in my life have I ever been nervous of being pulled over, especially where I live. But now you start thinking about this stuff, and I don't know. I don't know. Anything else going on in Baltimore? Anything to report?
Just that the report has been filed a day early.
Okay. With
prosecutors who will review it, and maybe we'll see it.
Well, check mark for being at least timely. So there you go. Good stuff. All right, Victoria, thanks for taking time for us.
Thank you very much.
Victoria Jones, Talk Radio News Service. Quick break. Right back after this. Stick around. You listen to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
Radio of, for, and by we the working people. The Rick Smith Show.
This is the Media Matters Minute. I'm John Kerr. Riots broke out in Baltimore in the wake of the mysterious death of Freddie Gray, who died a week after suffering an unexplained injury while in police custody. You'll never guess who Fox personalities blame. Here's Fox Business host Lou Dobbs.
I think it is sort of a signal that there is a war on law enforcement in this country. And it was, frankly, in my judgment, corroborated if not condoned, by this administration.
Later in the program, Fox contributor Keith Abloh added that people who want to tear down the system, like the people in Baltimore, quote, might be taking their cues from this president. Unsurprisingly, this isn't even the first time Fox figures have blamed the Obama administration for police violence. During the unrest in Ferguson, Missouri, the network accused President Obama and Attorney General Eric Holder of supposedly fostering a culture that led to the shooting of 2 police officers. But President Obama sharply condemned both Ferguson and the Baltimore riots. For more on this and other stories, please visit MediaMatters.org.
We gotta take the bastards down.
Yes, that's the hope. And I got to tell you, I'm just thrilled today that Bernie's in, thrilled that Senator Sanders is going to the taken to the you know,
You've been listening to The Rick Smith Show. Together, we can make America better. Email rick@thericksmithshow.com or interact with us anytime at thericksmithshow.com. Until next time, this has been The Rick Smith Show, where working people come to talk.
It's coming like the tide of flood beneath the lunar sway. Imperial, mysterious, in amorous array. Democracy is coming to the USA.
We see the storm out on the horizon. The clouds grow dark in the midnight sky. We feel the fire burning in the belly. The flame leaks out with an angry cry. From the underground where the night is endless. From the mine and rig where our work is done. From every plant and every nation we cry. We are many, we are one. Power, there is power in the union. Power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power in a union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, when we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. Fight the power of one with the power of many. You fight the power of evil with the power of right. You fight hatred with love. Fight darkness with light. Power, there is power in a union. Power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There is power in a union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. Just like oil, coal, and the atom, we feel the press of the hand of time. Just like the ones who've gone before us, we feel the fate of the next in line. You fight the power of one with the power of many. You've got to fight weakness with the power of might. You fight wrong with the power of justice. Fight darkness with light.
power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power in the union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, when we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. We know the wisdom of the elders. We feel the restlessness of youth. We hear the thunder of the lies. We hold aloft the light of truth. We raise the banner of our union. We lift our voices to the skies. This is the future, sisters and brothers. Come unite and organize. Power, there is power in a union. Power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There is power in a union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. Power, when we stand and fight together. There is power when we organize. We see the storm out on the horizon. The clouds grow dark in the midnight sky. We feel the fire burning in the belly. The flame leaps out with an angry cry. From the underground where the night is endless. From the mine and rig where our work is done. From every plant and every nation we cry. We are many, we are one. Power, there is power in the union. Power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power in a union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, when we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. Fight the power of one with the power of many. You fight the power of evil with the power of right. You fight hatred with love. Fight darkness with light. Power, there is power in a union. Power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There is power in a union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. Just like oil, coal, and the atom, we feel the press of the hand of time. Just like the ones who've gone before us, we feel the fate of the next in line. You fight the power of one with the power of many. You've got to fight weakness with the power of might. You fight wrong with the power of justice. Fight darkness with light.
power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There's power in the union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, when we stand and fight together. There's power when we organize. We know the wisdom of the elders. We feel the restlessness of youth. We hear the thunder of the lies. We hold aloft the light of truth. We raise the banner of our union. We lift our voices to the skies. This is the future, sisters and brothers. Come unite and organize. Power, there is power in a union. Power, there is power in our hands. Power, we stand and fight together. There is power in a union of many lands. Power, come and reach across the borders. Power, come and open up your eyes. Power, we stand and fight together. Power when we organize. Power, we stand and fight together. There is power when we organize. Power, when we stand and fight together. There is power when we organize.